Hello. Hello.
Damn it, I still hadn't, like, shared in all the different places that I was, like, online and nonsense like that, and I haven't even changed my shirt. I'll leave it as is. Hi everyone! Furry Cures got here Also, why is my... Why do I have, like, resting bitch face on my avatar? What do you mean, echo? Bah! The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Are you sure? Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? Complete with a free trial up to level 70 with your award-winning thingamadiggy. It's only like echoing if I, like, for example, you know, have a source that has my voice already, but like watching like me initially. Also, my face. Stop giving me resting bitch face. Okay, so decide. All right, I need to fix this. You finally bought the DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3? Nice. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna just quickly adjust my camera setup because right now it's having a bit of a shit.
Bigger.
Ah!
Jason with the 28-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Jason.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the sub. And I see my message has not worked. I am going to need to fix that right at the get-go. So, one of the things I've introduced is the fact that any subs or resubs will get you a
Bigger.
Ah, thank you. Well, that's just fucking ridiculous. You're just like staring at my crotch right now. I'm in the middle of trying to fix nonsense. Cause like, thanks to the fight, I get to sub. Yeah, okay, so that works. But for whatever reason, so gift recipient is getting the global string, and the global string is getting the argument user. All right, action queue. So it was the March macro sub. So when it got queued, oh, it's user with a lowercase. That's probably what broke it. Ow! Thank you for the 69 bits as well. So many things are gonna break. Hi there, Wild Saber. You need to watch Space Barbarians on YouTube. Starbarians is a raunchy comedy. I think I've seen it. It's from. It's from like the classical Whatsamahoozy. I think I know like Harry Styles. No, not Harry Styles. Like Pearson or something or rather. I think I know the person you're talking about. All right, I need to now. Yeah, get shit on. Because Meeps made me, like, you know, so much fucking bigger now. I wonder, have I, like... This doesn't feel like 3 meters. Wait, what's my height now? Because of the gift sub, 3.7 meters. I'm trying to think, like, did I fuck up the, Thank you, Meeps, for the gift sub? Okay, oh, it gifted randomly to the community. Okay, hang on a second. So, I need to fix that. So, it was a gift bomb, but I said when it's greater than 2. So, I need to go and set it back to 1. So, ding, action queue. So, it did this, yeah, it did the subscribe thingy-majiggy, but I can't have the trigger. Where is the grow? Give me a second. I'm just gonna requeue Jason's. There we go. Alright, so now I'm 4.5.
Bigger.
Absolutely ridiculous. And as you can see here, I'm gonna start breaking out of out of my pants and what have you. Look at this is
Bigger.
And this is without like zooming in. I need to remember not to zoom in, so then that way, you know, the scale of the craziness and what have you. Am I still echoing, by the by?
Bigger.
I'm gonna go with a random guess of no, I am not. Also, it looks like by
Bigger.
having the iPhone like right side up, the
Bigger. Bigger.
now just comes the fun annoyance of needing to
Bigger.
plug this back in, and once again,
Bigger.
because of you doing the fucking cake
Bigger.
cam, I need to now like alt tab into the thingy-majiggy before my pants break.
Bigger.
You make this difficult, furry
Bigger.
killers, when you get like it's not a perfect system, and
Bigger.
what's more is I can't just there we go.
Bigger.
It should
Bigger.
have stopped then. Why is it still?
Bigger. Bigger.
Hang on.
Bigger. Bigger.
Stop making me
Bigger.
bigger for a minute. Something broke.
Bigger. Bigger.
So it does the action cue of extra himbo reverse,
Bigger.
and then it clears the extra. So
Bigger.
it should have disabled
Bigger.
clearing the queue of the, and then the,
Bigger.
setting to 0, resuming the thing,
Bigger.
and then there's like randomly, all right, actual time to do the biggers. Yeah.
Bigger. Bigger.
Hopefully you haven't like
Bigger.
crashed it for me. Hang on.
Bigger. 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 Bigger.
Okay. The extra... What the hell? The extra himbo is... Alright, now the other question. Is it still... No, it's not there. Cool. So I just need to... extra himbo, clear the queue for the extra... Alright. Where is my...
What if we held
It's
hands?
your birthday? Happy
as a
birthday,
treat?
Jason. I'm currently 5 meters fucking tall. Jesus Christ. I didn't know Meeps was gonna be, Alright, hang on a second. I think I know how to fix this. So we did the thingamajiggy there. And then if it's greater than, it does an ordered execution of resetting the bigger. Bigger is 0, and then scale. Alright, so I need to... fix bigger. Duplicate. Duplicate. So yeah, I was a bit confused. Hi there, Blue. It's a Final Fantasy streamer? Yes. And after trying to do an adjustment, I somehow... Alright, there we go. I am absolutely massive. And I need to figure out, like, why... Okay, I think... Alright, hang on a second. So, if it gets greater than that, then it sends the reset bigger, which goes to the extra himbo. And so the reset bigger plays the sound. I need it to clear the action cue for extra himbo. And... Actually, no, I should make it clear the cue first, then play the sounds. Then it does the extra himbo reversal. So it disables bigger.
Oh,
Hopefully
I don't
so.
care
No,
what
don't put
gender
me in the
you are.
maid outfit.
Put on the maid outfit.
Clears the himbo redeems, clears the extra himbo, sets the audio ducking, sets the temporary thing, resumes the zebra body redeem, and then the timer is reversed. Oh, I know why. So, because it also needs to... Hang on a second. I see cleavage. Yes, because someone decided to gift, like, 5 subs. And then there was, like, gifted subs and such like that. And so now I am currently... Oh, no, that's incorrect. I am... I am currently 5.02 meters. I am, like, over twice my size. What am I doing? Alright, so the bigger reset clears the thingamadiggy, and then it runs the extra himbo reversing. So it's reversing the extra himbo, which is removing the bigger redeem. It's clearing the redeem, the action... And then it's disabling the... Do I... Oh, wait, hang on. So... Enable... So, on the reverse... Disables the reverse... So it disables the timer, disables the redeem, resumes the paused queue... Okay, so it could be bigger. Demon Sylveon, I know it was you. I have to readjust my I know it was you that did the D-Himbo, so I'm like, that's either going to be in my... Oh, it's not going to be in the queue. Because it's a body, it's a zebra body redeem is the reason why, and the bigger, like, removes that. Hang on a second, I'm going to need to refund you for that. Hang on. Ding, and then I gotta go to... D-Himbo Zeeb, so I'm gonna need to refund you for that. Okay, so it clears the extra himbo, and then it runs extra himbo reverse. So the extra himbo reverse... Alright, hang on. It's not Zebra Body Redeem that I want to clear. So I want to clear the... So extra himbo needs to be clear. Like, that's the... barest minimum. Setting the ducky, setting the temporary back to 0. I'm figuring shit out. It's gonna be an absolutely terrible, what's the mahoozies. Alright, quotes, cheer redeems. Where is Zebra Keys? So, okay. Bigger himbo goes into... Okay, so the bigger himbo is running in the extra himbo. And so, bigger reset isn't in any of the queues, so it's clearing the extra himbo. Action queues. Oh, I think I know what the... Oh no, extra himbo has blocking. So... So yeah, thank you for scanning me. Anywho, alright. Absolutely massive. Colossal, you might say. And of course, because I am, like, really fucking big, the camera angle resets to camera 2, which is incorrect. And, alright, let's see if camera tracking works. Yes, it is. Excellent. Hello. So long as I'm... Alright, so let's see. So this one... So this is an ordered execution where... Right now it's turned on, like, camera smoothing in a way. And it's put me at a distance of... How does it measure the distance? Camera's distance / zoom. -1 is not in use, and it chooses value, and you can have values between 0.2 and 15. If there's a way of, like, toggling... Alright, but yeah, hi! Also, why is this thing got an alpha? Like, I'm not going crazy, you see that, right? How it has, like, this weird fucking alpha layer on it right now? Settings. This makes no sense. Why is it... Alright, studio mode. There's 25 people in the world. This is going to take a little bit of time, but that's okay, because it means I can now... So... Alright, there's no effect filters on the PC. There's no filters on that. Oh! There's an allow transparency that I've enabled. That would do it. But yeah. Could be... So yeah. Well, welcome everyone. And... Oh my gosh. This blue fox... Let's see, with the flash, I didn't see that earlier. So yeah. Hi everyone. So, off-stream wise and what have you, I have been going through a little bit of a grind. It is... Thank you, Sage. H, hi, welcome. I hope you appreciate... We're doing MMO night in the morning once again because... Hang on a second, I also need to adjust this face. Reset. There we go. Oh. I need to, like, rethink my, like, my iPhone positioning and such like that. Because right now I have it, like, sort of off-center, and it's, like, encroaching on, like, screen real estate. Like, I can't see, like, a bit of a portion of my screen now. But yeah, so we're in Macro March, as you are no doubt aware, and so far in, like, the first week or so, I have grown, like, I haven't done the math for this stream yet, but considering, so normally I'm like 2.13 meters is what the Zeebs is normally at. 2.4 meters has been applied so far. Thank you once again, Engril, for the Hyper Himbo. I totally forgot that the first Hyper Himbo went off because of a fucking bit redeem. So that's fun.
Bigger.
Hopefully this doesn't break... Hopefully this doesn't break
Bigger.
me. Alright, we're not doing the datascape. We got main questline
Bigger.
nonsense to do. So yeah. And one of the things, I need to be held accountable for
Bigger.
this. I need someone with 3D experience to hold me accountable to this, but I need to remember to do a render, like, for when the week ends. For
Bigger.
Cookie, for Sky. Here's your cookie, Sky. You're gonna have to jump up for it. I'm gonna need to do a 3D render of what my Zeebs, like, is scale-wise
Bigger.
after this week. So I'm probably gonna do, like, 3, maybe 4 renders. I don't
Bigger.
know how many weeks there are in in March.
Bigger. Bigger.
I would love to jump for it. Good, you're gonna need to jump for it. I'm
Bigger.
like 5 meters tall right now, and I'm probably gonna get even bigger when we're
Bigger.
done.
Bigger.
I am now 5.5 meters tall. This is gonna be fucking ridiculous. Alright. So yeah, so I've been playing as the Paladin off in my own time. Remember to 3D render for how big you've got. After the stream! After the stream, like maybe on a Sunday or something. Do you have 3D experience, Sage? Do you, like, have you done, like, 3D environments and what have you? Because I'm gonna be real, I have done, like, I have not done Blender for a while, and ever since moving to a keyboard without the numpad, I have felt, like, severely nerfed when trying to do my renders and what have you. You want to know the latest render I've done? It's this. This is the latest render I've done, is my Zeebs, like, poorly posed and standing beside, like, a flood measuring tool. Like,
Did you see it?
and it's split in, like, half a meter portions. So as you can see here, like, you know, black-white makes 1 meter, and then another black-white makes 2 meters, and so he's a little bit over 2 meters. Did you see that, cutie? Hang on a second. Do you mean, like, did you see it? Because I made the mistake of, also, I need to move this thingy-majiggy back over here. Cookie for... Who wanted the cookie? Oh, Bookie, you missed out on the cookie because everyone kept making me bigger. I am now, like, 5+ meters tall, and I probably need to adjust the commands. Hang on a second. So, I need to fix my macro march commands. So, for instance, let me just change my sources really quick. So as you can see here, cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason. All right, so right now, macro march current. So I have like ch, height, macro march height, how tall. I think I might need I need to find like a better like shorthand command. Blue. 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 Hang on a second. Blue. Blue. I gotta look down. Blue. I need you to like think up some, you know, shorthand commands that might be useful for telling the difference between like what my current height is and like how much I've grown this month. So, because right now I got macro march current, which is filled with all kinds of commands, and then I've got macro march delta. Now the delta is the one that says like, oh, I'm currently at a height of this. So I need to be like, so I probably actually. So what I want to do is exclamation point. Or actually, you know what? Because it's a command, what I can do is I can just go mm total. So that's one. So that's like so that's one command. Or macro march total, macro march all, macro march march. All right, let's see if that one works. So if I go macro march total, yes! Oh my gosh, I have an entirely new way of doing my fucking commands. Okay, so macro march today. Macro march stream. Why not MMT and MMC? Okay, so alright, so MMC. Alrighty. Alright, hang on. So today in current. Alright, so I should also. Like, the reason I'm doing it like this way is so then that way, like, if someone fucks up, if it's like a reasonable error where it's like, oh, they wrote in like current instead of today, then it's not the end of the world. And then macro march current, and then stream. So we got those, and then we have MMC last. So then we go. And now we have all the ones with exclamation points on them. Actually, what I should do is I should just go like this. So once it gets to MMC, then we go to... There we go. Alrighty. Back over to Delta so I can Alright, so... So we got... Whoop. So... MMT. Alright, so MMT. Macro march total. Macro march T. Macro march delta. And then... So, yeah, so MMT, total, delta, total, delta, MMT. Alright, so then we got all those. And then we go and make exclamation points for each and every one of those. And then we're going to add in a new command, and we're going to just call this macro march explain, and that one will just be macro march bigger. Yeah, so we'll be at the start. Bigger. Actually, no. I'll keep the bigger as like an in case of emergency command for moderators or something like that. We're doing this live. This is what it's like when dealing with me, chat. Is is there will just be like this sort of tism moment of like, I know what I need to fix up, and then I like wrote blue into my fucking like nonsense, and then it's just we're going downhill from here. All right, so macro march bigger. What question mark? Macro march question mark. So it's so it's all basic. We're gonna make it a 60-second global cooldown. You have to fix up your PNG tubers live on stream because people kept gifting you new PNG. Oh no! Do you hear that, chat? Do you hear that? Blue had to fix up the PNGs because he got new PNGs. What's the latest? Let me give you a shout out, Blue. Let me give you a clip shout out while I'm doing my coding. What is the latest? Are we gonna see your latest PNG in the top left?
Role-playing, fighting,
Oh,
action, adventure. Hopefully that answers your question. Is
already seen
mayonnaise a
this
party
one.
game? Freaking, I'll make mayonnaise into a party game.
What the fuck do you mean mayonnaise into a party game?
Listen, don't tempt me. I will turn mayonnaise into a party game. And that was the final race. Whoa!
Was the cupcake your newest one? What the fuck is your settings for sidekick? What the fuck is side... Oh, you mean the thingy-madiggy? Hang on a second. If I go to a website, I can probably, like, check the thingy-madiggy there. So if I go to... It's called... You said sidekick, right? It's... Yeah, sidekick, which is... It used to be E-Fuse. But now it's like Arena. Do you have most recent only? The cupcake is my latest. Give me a second. GL... Hang on a second. Alright, I'll need to adjust that. Overlays. Shout out template. Is this... Donk? Shout out header settings. Oh wait, no, this isn't my one. Hang on. Alright. Ding. Delete that one. Go back to my shout out. Check out username. Alright, so the settings are... Moderators can do the, the thingamadiggy. The date range is last month in random order. And there has to be a minimum of 1 view. Those are my settings. And I have an option to, like, only show clips that are shorter than a certain number of seconds, but I didn't want to enable that. Sidekick ignores extra play commands when a clip is already playing. Enable this to queue those extra clips instead. Yep, so I've done it. So there's queue clips. And then stop, mute, watch, and replay are options. Control the volume of the clips being played with Sidekick. The best way to adjust your volume is through your streaming software. Yeah, I've already been doing that kind of thing. But yeah, so the range, I've set it to being within the last month, and it's just a random collection of clips. It's not your top one. What if I change it to top? So if I do that, and then, yep, agree to the thingamadiggy. Is there a save option here? Or does it automatically... Hopefully it doesn't, yeah, okay, so the save is there. Cool, awesome. Alright. So now if I do clip shoutout blue, let's see, what is your highest rated clip in the last month? Observe.
And the tip for this game. Yeah!
Made.
Honestly hilarious. I didn't know what was going on there.
Hey, that's me!
Naga always invades my VCs just to see how I would react.
Where's my hands? Hang on. Made. You. use a maid. Says the one currently in a maid outfit. You have no evidence of that. Alrighty, so yeah, so we got this thing, which is bigger. What's MM question mark macro march. That's gonna have a cooldown of 60 seconds, and then I am going to add a new command, which is macro march explain. And what this will do is it will just do like a whole ton of like just I don't have the update stream thingy-majiggy working. One of the things I want to work on doing, and I'm probably going to have to ask, like, Morse Amalgam or something, is I want to execute a code where, and it will take a little bit of, like, I think a little bit of troubleshooting or something, because what I want to do is I want to grab, like, my stream title, and then I want to update the stream title so that at the end of the stream title is my current March macro stats, and I think the best way to do that, unfortunately, is I need to know like what the character length is going to be, or I do a regex where it only it will divide the sub like the stream title because of a special character I throw in, like I don't know, something March related, or maybe it's just like the horizontal line, who knows. So yeah, so I'll probably talk to Morris about C# regex nonsense. But yeah, alright, so March macro. I need to now explain what the fuck March macro is. Chat. Send message to channel. March macro is a... Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Furry Cures. March macro is a celebration of the... Big enough for you, GrantZeebs. It's simply an extra large t-shirt with frilly suspenders and a flared top for extra mobility. Exactly. It's like one of those tie-dye shirts that's like really big and poorly manufactured. Boobies! Alright, so how do I want to explain this? March Mac... You know what? Actually, I'll leave it to you, chat. You try and tell me the best way of, like, explaining March Macro without, like, stepping, like, over, like, Twitch's toes and such. Because the best way I can describe it is that it's, like, just a celebration of, like, you know, the furry macro fetish. But I need to not mention the word fetish, because I feel like I'll get in trouble by Twitch and the TOS. Hi, Happy Lizard! Welcome to the stream! I'm a little bit big right now. You're gonna have to forgive me. Yeah! Happy Macro March! Nice. You just did. Twice. Okay, well... I don't want it in, like, the chat thingy-madiggy. Like, I just need to figure out, like, a sanitized way of explaining what Macro March is. And then once that thingy-madiggy is done, a celebration of the macro. You had to write that in my chat, didn't you? You're also ginormous, so you understand. Yeah, fair enough. Ding. This is not what I'm meant to be doing. I am just filling in screen time because I am an idiot. I am himbo and macro. My brain is, like, struggling to process what I need to do. Alright, old enemies, new threats. I need to head down to Mordona and do some quests and what have you. You wanted another word other than the F word. Could say it's a celebration of the enjoyment of growth within the community. Ooh! You know what? I like it, because it doesn't use the K word, it doesn't use the F word, and, you know, by having it as, you know, it will obviously touch upon, like, as you mentioned, the growth. Which, let's be real, not a lot of people are a fan of macro, but there are people who are a fan of growth. And that's an easier, like, when you're trying to, like, you know, bring people into one community to another, normally it's best having, like, some sort of, like, similarities and things. So you know what? Good fucking call there. Macro Mart, so, is a celebration, nation of all things, is a celebration of the enjoyment of growth within the furry community. unity, usually to what's called macro scale. Think your tall buildings, or, you know, parentheses more ridiculously, galaxy scales. So there's that. Galaxy scales. For the month of March, Grant can be grown even bigger through the use of subs, gift subs, and / gift bombs, or from spamming Hyper Himbo's unique bigger redeem. So it does that, and then yeah, so it does the explain, and then core, it runs an action, and it's gonna run the macro marches. I wish I could hold control so it could be multiple things. So it's gonna say what the macro marches. Why is it not mentioning the? Oh, because it says Mako. Mako March current session. I need to fix that. That should say macro. There we go. So it will run. So it runs that action, and then immediately afterwards, it will run the next one. Thank you, Sage. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. So yeah, so it runs. Yep, and it's running that one, which is the delta. And it's saying Grant has grown, and it gives, like, you know, to the it brings into 2 decimal places, like, the total growth and what have you. So, and that's all done with the, and then I just need to add the trigger, which is commands, the trigger, which is macro march explain, which is this one. So if you go, actually, macro march, is it case sensitive? There we go. Macro March is a celebration of the enjoyment of growth of within the furry community, usually to what's called macro scale. Think your large buildings, or I do not know how to spell ridiculous. Ridiculous. Is that how I spell it? I think that's how I spell it. If you ever need any help with literally anything, I'll do my best. You have a very wide selection of knowledge because of engineering. Nice! Wait, what kind of engineering? Alright. Donk, donk, donk. For the month of March, Grant can be grown even bigger through the use of subs, gifts, bombs, or from spamming Hyper Himbo's unique bigger redeem while... So yeah, so... You know what? I should probably look into putting into emojis, that thing. But that will be for another time. Old enemies, new threats. Krill is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings. I should also be sitting in my Discord, because I'm going to be... Hang on a second. No, don't be auto thingy-madiggy. If you could... Alrighty, hang on, I gotta respond to an artist. Hang on, I need a double... Alright, let me just look at something... Excellent. That's great to see. With work, are you concerned? Messages, but you've done a wonderful job in the first There's frame. Excellent. All right, cool. Now I can slip into my Zebra streaming Discord. There we go. You're especially going for environmental engineering. It's a lot of work and science, but you find it really fun. Nice. I did not do a degree in engineering. Like Australians, if you go to Australia, I feel like there's way more Australians who have gone to university, like in a per capita fashion, than in the United States for whatever reason. I might be completely wrong there, but I just feel like there's way more, like when you go to Australia, way more Australians are like, oh yeah, they have like a tertiary education or something or rather, and that's because of HEX debt and what have you, which is basically debt from the government. So many went to IT and engineering. What, the furries? Yes, absolutely. I went to IT. I went to IT. I learned the coding, I learned the hardware, and I haven't applied any of that right now in my current work. I am doing desktop support. Everything I'm doing at work right now has either been a case of I just had to Google it prior to my university studies because I liked working with PCs, or I've had to learn it for work explicitly because it was something like Azure, for instance, where that wasn't actually taught at universities. No one teaches you system administration at university unless it's like maybe sitting like squandered in an entirely different university degree. Interesting, I also went to IT. How many furries went to IT? Blue, can you get a poll going for all of our tertiary education people? I want to know how many, like, whether it's university or TAFE or a certification from Microsoft / Amazon, because I think Amazon is also doing certification courses because of their AWS features. I want to know how many of you sitting in this stream right now are like, I have the knowledge of an IT professional. I know exactly what I need to do in order to take over the internet, but I'm way too lazy to do so. Institute of Tech, but still, that's IT, right? I'd say, okay, so if you're talking like Institute of Tech, like an MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Tech, I wouldn't put the Institution of Tech as like inherently IT, because because we're talking differently. Information technology is normally what the shorthand for a degree in IT is. Going to MIT isn't going to Massachusetts Information of Technology, that's going to their institution, information technology. That's going to their Institute of Technology, which I feel like is where you get your engineering, your sciences, like, and, you know, hands-on kind of experience kind of feels to it. Whereas information technology could very well be having a small theoretical kind of area if you need to. If you've come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they allow us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the intrusion, but I came bearing urgent news. Oh hey, it's Maxima. He defected from the Garlemolds. Well, I say defected, but really what's happening is there's a bit of a civil war going on within Garlemald. Grant, it's been far too long, my friend. Yes, I'm a rabbit boy. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspice of Commander Adeline, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Also, my shoulder is, like, killing me for some reason. What the fuck? Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimli Doc. What was the poll you wanted? I wanted to know which one of, like, if any of my viewers who were going to vote in it had a tertiary, degree, cert in information technology. Or IT for short. So yeah. Also, I forgot to say this earlier. Thank you so much, Meeps, for the 6 gifted subs you did in total. So you essentially gave, you gave like 5. I wish I could click on this thing and it would tell me like what 5 users got the gifted sub. Yeah, that's one. All right, so hang on a second. Ding donk. I need to get back to my. Will it tell me like if I go into here? No, it will not. God effing damn it. I was really hoping it would, but apparently it didn't. Why does it do this to me? Alrighty, back down to the present. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor, who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Adlin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Oh, heavens forbid you leave me to my own devices. I'm gonna vote in this poll. Yes, I did learn a tertiary level in IT. Yes, of course. Now, we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. We now have our new patch content to go through. So yeah, we're currently at patch 5.2, and there's like 8 or 10 missions per patch. And I think I did the math. I think I have like 20 or 30 missions to go. Like, let me open up my notepad. So from this point onwards, I have... Okay, so I have 32... No, I have about 40... I have about 40 quests to go through in this, you know, the whole post, Shadowbringers quest line. Oh, hey, Harley Quinn. Oh, yeah, this is the morning. So, like, there's actually, like, people on the Americas side that are, like, awake and doing their quest. And as always, we are going to be doing a lot of teleporting. Alright, so we have one person in the tertiary education, which is me, and one person who isn't, which is, I'm going to guess, Sage. Sounds like a lot of things you can do. It is, like, I have to go through those 40 quests before I can continue on into the Endwalker expansion. And I cannot travel. So yeah, so let me get my text file back over here. So also, I just realized I have been leaving you guys like on this screen rather than like the proper like PC thingy-majiggy screen. So I have, like, about 40 quests to do in post-Shadowbringers, 108 in the Endwalker MSQ, and then another 40 once we get to post-Endwalker. And all of this is so then that way, when it gets to, like, you know, Dawn Trail kind of time, I'm not, you know... Also, I'm just, like, switching sources and what have you. I'm not ending up I'm not falling further behind than I already am. Because, for instance, Endwalker was released before I even got, like, a Realm Reborn done. I have been at this game for about 3 years, because I would put only, like, 3 hours a week into this game. And there is so much stuff to get through that even if I only kept the MSQ as the thing on the stream, 3 hours a week wasn't going to do it. Hence why I've started doing these morning streams for 2 reasons. Number one, it's so then the lovely Americans like Furry Cures and Sage and Meeps and a few of the other like Americans that are always like, oh man, he's streaming, but it's 2 in the morning. Kind of like I'm available for them a little bit easier. And then the second reason, I can now
Go
get
suck
through
a
the...
lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Furry Cures. I am doing this for you. I am doing this for all the Americans who decide to bitch and moan about time zones because they thought following an Australian who sounds American because he lives in Australia would have been a fun streamer to follow. Try and stay out. That is true. And I will always say the same sort of thing. Please prioritize your real life over the parasocial relationship you create with your streamer. Commander Adolin awaits us in the Royal Palace, if you would follow me. So yeah. We gotta get through this as best we can. Oop, hang on. New message from Morg. Sticker. Thumbs up.
They're here, Commander.
So yeah, if you're wondering who this guy on the right is, that was like the villain in A Realm Reborn, where he was like wearing the mask and he's like, "Tell me, whom do you serve?" And like turned into gold and did also like gold armor.
Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
And like now he's like hunting Asians because he learned that the Garlemald Empire has been like duped by these immortal like ghost beings.
When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I struggled to describe what I pictured.
Hi there, Fizz. I'm a little bit bigger right now because chat decided to gift me subs, and resubs, and gift subs will, you know, make me even bigger. So right now I'm like twice my size.
Mayhap things would seem clearer were I
Cookie for Demon Lions.
But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
I will be real with you, though. I did have a moment of not remembering this guy's name. Because many of the Garlemolds have, like, a fucking weird-ass long name. But then they have, like, a nickname, like the Wolf or something like that. And he popped up in A Realm Reborn, and that's it for me. He was just, like, the general. He wasn't, like, an active threat for me.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
Gaius. There was like all kinds of other words because like he was a general of like the 13th Army or Regiment or something or other. Such devastation. This was not my intention. I don't know where that line comes from. I don't know how far back in the Final Fantasy XIV I need to go to get that line again.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Oh yeah, technically he was also a machinist before the machinist class was available to us, so...
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Black Rose is the... Hi there, Shibore! Welcome to the stream! Black Rose is the what's-a-mahoozy, the Agent Orange, but with magic. Very deadly. Very dangerous. Do not use.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand.
We experienced this in, like, the form of an echo, because Estinian has told us the same thing.
Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right.
He's talking about, like, the Ultima that we saw, like, in the Echo. This, like, chimera-looking thing.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals? With which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
Yes, the very same... I wonder if he gets tired of peeps like me and Krill just sort of being like, you were a conqueror! You tried to take over Eorzea, and then we beat you!
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing.
Yep. We knew about that. Oh god, I need to wake up. I
But
thought
you know as well as
one...
I how that
I thought
tale
one
ended.
iced coffee would wake me up, but that is not the case.
The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets. And that should have been the end of it.
Unfortunately, someone has been able to make
But
it.
unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit. Primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
Uh-oh.
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them.
It's not like we can do much without
But the
them.
fact remains that you and you alone have faced the Ultima weapon and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further.
At least he feels regretful about a realm.
I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Sounds good to me. How many of you peeps have already gone
Though
through
we can ill afford to
Final
ignore
Fantasy
the coming of a new
XIV?
Ultima weapon. Our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first.
Because, like, I know I'm a bit behind in the series, and I'm trying to catch up as much as I
I
can.
only hope you are
so I'm
not
curious how
forced to
many
make
of
a
you
choice.
here are like, I want to see how the Zeebs is handling all this, you know, fantasy sci-fi nonsense. Could be fun. Could be good. Alrighty. Unfortunately, we cannot hand in this mission with our Paladin, because our Paladin is only level 77, while everyone else is, like, really high level. So I'm gonna swap over to my Gunbreaker, who is 85 and can do the quest. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the First. Cool. Next mission. I take it you're ready to return to the First? Then I would ask that you appraise the others of a recent event here in the Source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Grant. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Thank you, little potato person. You've actually never played Final Fantasy at all, but that's also because you don't really have much to say about... Oh, okay. Ruby Doomsday. The Resistance and Elysian's forces prepare in earnest as a new threat looms on the horizon. Ah, Grant! Glad you can make it. As you have heard, Master has embarked from the Alliance to head on the latest menace. If they're designed to slay primals, they'd make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Balstar and his followers who've led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Proetora will show you the way. Alright, cool, so we got that available. And we got whoever the fuck that is. Sorry, I just need to scratch my head. Alright. So we need to speak with the Crystal Exarch over in the Ocula. So the Cyrene Trench over in Mordona, which is, I want to say, like, somewhere over... Where is... okay. Oh! Chat, check this out. Caw. I went through the Final Fantasy 15 crossover event, and I now have Zakah. And it flies. Look at it fly. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Isn't it cool? Look at this fucking car. And then there's my paladin just chilling, doing his thing. Oh, hey, there's Goku. Okay, that's probably not Goku, but it looks very much like Goku. Yeah, okay, so it's over here, and then the peaks lead to here, where you can get to the fringes and Regal's Reach. What's in the fringes? Oh, the Delta Scape thing. So yeah. So one of the things I need to look into doing is getting my Paladin up to level 80. And the reason I want to do that is for when we get to an Endwalker, I'm gonna, like, you know, probe the chat of being like, oh, what, you know, which of the classes do you think I should go for this MSQ? Because then, like, that should hopefully be, like, a fun little experience. Okay, and then this is Gaius, where you can probably give us some interesting quest line, I suppose. So, your mind is set. Then I shall appraise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in procuring several prototypes, one of which is deployed on the Eorzean front. It's named the Ruby weapon. Savera and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and have made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb aether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprising in Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near-impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all! If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Grant's assistance presents our best chance of stopping that war machina. 'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be him. That's why you like watching people play games, actually, because it means I can usually do something as well while you're watching. Yay! Nice! I appreciate being a second monitor viewing for people. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Yes, I will, but I probably won't do so right this get-go. I do this for Eorzea. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Glimlit Dark. This is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there is no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Once you have steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. Dun, 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 dun. Crocheting right now. It's the first time in a long time you don't have any assignments to complete. Nice! I had a friend that did crocheting back when I was in university. I'm trying to think if she might still be doing crocheting, and she likes making like little, like, I think she made like little frogs one time, and then there's like a turtle and things, but then she normally does like bracelet stuff with the crocheting. What price must the world pay for my hubris? Is it still true that machines can't do crocheting? Like, crocheting is still, like, a manual task? A short while earlier... I am too powerful for you, Blue. I am too powerful! Although, if you check my legs, I'm probably, like, you know, absolutely decimated. Commencing Ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. That's precious. You like to make articles of clothing in unique patterns. Also, machines can't crochet. It's too complicated. Yeah, cool. Cool, I was correct on that front. God damn, it's a fucking gaudy ruby. You were not kidding on calling it a ruby weapon. Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo, Angrel. You can't see my face because a fucking boob is in the way. Initiating synthetic
Bigger.
Ocarite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Ruby weapon, codename Darnus. Ready for launch. Boing. I believe it's like 36-to-1 movements for one stitch of clothing versus knitting. If you'd like some of my creations, I can post in the Discord. That, I reckon people would appreciate that in the Discord. I reckon you can put it in art. I'd say crocheting is art. Valadium has briefed me on your mission. I am to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I am afraid. Alright, so they want us to take on the Cinder Drift. But I imagine I can't do the Cinder Drift. Let's see. Datascape. Dungeons. Yeah, I can't do the Cinder Drift. It's a trial at level 80. And I like the highest trial I can do is the Dancing Plague with my Paladin. So, I've got all those as well. Minstrel's Ballad for the Sumuko Pain. Oh my gosh. And then the Jade Stoa. I don't know if I'd want to go through them again. Hi there, Atomica! Welcome to the stream! Cookie! You're gonna have to jump up for it. I am currently like 5 meters tall. I am really big right now. You're going to have a very hard time. Alrighty. Yep, let's just spend 700 gil. Yep, I'm bigger. Welcome back, Bookie. Hopefully you're going to enjoy your KFC. Engrel went and hyper-himboed me, so there's a chance for me to get even bigger than before. Hence why the camera angle is a bit scuffed right now.
Bigger.
Sorry, I'm just scratching the top of my head. Alright. Yep, and the twinning takes, like, level 80 as well. God damn it, Atomica! And I can't I can barely even use my hands to cover my shirt. Like, to cover the lack of shirt I have. Ridiculous. Entering the Ocular. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to queue up for a level 77 mission. Let's see how quickly me as a paladin at level 77 can get into a thingy, and we'll see how we do. That was the plan, was it now? I'm not even at, like, maximum bigness either. Like, I'm only... Let's see, the extra himbo is currently at 129. It's not even like at the fullest value. Yep, and I can't do that job. Ding. Are any of my friends online? No friends! They're all offline! They're gone!
Bigger.
It's not even that expensive of a redeem. I'm kind of surprised that, like, no one wants to, I'm kind of surprised no one wants to do the bigger thingamadiggy. But, oh, no. Looks like Atomica's catching on. There shouldn't be any cooldown with the bigger redeem either, as far as I know. Like, it should just be...
Bigger.
Like, people could almost spam it if they wanted to. Extra himbo, enable extra himbo. Nah, too late. You tried, but 5 minutes has passed. You tried, you did your best. Alright, I'm just gonna swap to my Gunbreaker to hand in this mission. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you two have been making good use of our time. Didn't realize it makes you more bigger. Yeah, so, like, so the idea is that you go... So, Hyper Himbo enables the extra himbo. The deflate sound, you weren't ready for that? Was it, like, extra loud? Because if it was too loud, then I might need to adjust it. But yeah, like, because when you extra himbo me, I inflate, and then I deflate at the end, so... I will summon the others that will be alright to appraise of the situation. Oh no, we're getting into a cutscene. And here are our companions that are currently stuck in the first.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
And I explained this entire thing. Sent 10 of the items I've made in the Discord. Ooh. Yep, you dropped them in the ops.
Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
God damn, that jacket could look like it would have taken a lot of work. I love the little red canary mug holder. That one's cute.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Yeah. The Tuscan
Then let us address that issue.
Okay.
Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion.
Didn't know the Tuscans...
Thanks in large part to
Tunisian,
and
not
Beklug's
Tuscans.
invaluable insight.
We
have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
Behold, the vehicle.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
Nice.
An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
His magic of, like...
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
Okay, so we're trying to put blood in a stone, I think,
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find...
I accidentally clicked too quickly. That was
I know
my
that
bad.
you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope
Bunny
you haven't come to tell us that
Captain!
mortal peril fast approaches.
No.
Also, I should probably
I had
check.
hoped to speak with
Does
the
my heart
warrior
eye
of
still work?
darkness.
Yeah, it still works.
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
He really hopes he can get in Lena's good graces, I imagine. That's the only reason I can think of. Also, I need to remember that I have to, like, look all the way down here for you, but it's not, like, working too well. Just give me the coin, please. I need to get reimbursed for all the traveling I'm going to be doing. Must confess, while I enjoy my fair share, I will be good. Alright. We now proceed into doing the light party. Alrighty. Alright, so the holy circle thingy-majiggy works. But my god, my paladin feels weak. Stop stealing my shirt! Bob! What are you doing here? I thought it was, fucking Engrel or Atomica that was stealing my shirt then. Forgive the camera angle. It's Macro March, and so this means that, there have been opportunities to, like, make me bigger and what have you. And so far, hang on a second. I can't do my commands right now because I'm in the middle of a, exclamation point MM today should explain, like, how tall I am right now. Normally I'm like 2.1 meters. Unless it's not working. Probably not working. God damn it. I fucked up. Alrighty, let's see how we do with... Now, hopefully, this won't be the death of me. Alright, and then do the thingy-majiggy. You gotta stare up close to the tid. Yes, you gotta stare up while my titties are exposed. So close. I'll get to the command shortly, don't you worry. Go. Alright, maybe it's MM today? Yep, MM today. Also, why is it... Oh, did I put the... I put the MM today into the explainy thingy-majiggies like an idiot. I'm going to need to fix that. Because it shouldn't be, like, doing all those. Also, I do not remember doing this dungeon during the MSQ. I honestly do not. Like, I do not remember this armadillo at all. But yeah, I am currently at a height of 552 meters. Sorry, not 552 meters, 5.5 meters. I did the math incorrectly. Alright, I'm glad that I'm not dead yet. Nice and big. Indeed, nice and big. I'll need to review, like, why my commands... I thought I had my commands set correctly today, but apparently not. Oh, maybe it's... Okay, I think I know, like... I think I know why it, like, doubled up on that commands there. Because I did MM space today, and I need to fix the macro mark so it doesn't just, like, explain the whole thing. There we go. And then... Strong throw. AoE. AoE. And I got my shirt back, which is nice. Alright, this armadillo is nearly dead. Come on, head tall. Yeah! Nice. Alrighty, maiming and maiming. I'm just gonna greet 2 of these. I don't need them, but they can be like thingamajig. Hi there, Tatsu! Welcome to the stream! Actually, can we get shoutouts for both Bobbert and Tatsu, please? If I have any of my moderators like currently just sitting in the stream right now. And then there we go. I am very big right now. You are correct. I am very big. But yeah, I think I know exactly where I need to fix my commands because of like the macro march stuff. All right, how the fuck? Oh, do we just drop down? Is that this? Yeah. Oop. I keep forgetting I have like the magical potency shit that will make it like... It'll make my life so much easier if I, you know, use magic as a paladin. If I don't use magic as a paladin, then it's like a fucking waste. Alrighty. Go, and then ding, and then dong. Oh, I did the order of operation because I need to do my my combo, like the physical combo, and then I can do the AoE stuff without like the cooldown and everything like that. That's the reason for it. Somehow, despite this being like one of the earlier like, you know, tank classes, it's giving me a complexity of the Dark Knight and the Gunbreaker where I'm just sort of like, I am not following this perfectly. Because there's other things I could be doing, and I don't know how to do it sometimes. Whee! Maiming and healing and slaying, all will be mine. Well, I'm rolling greed on them, but not need. The amphibious Talos. He's got buckets on his head. Alrighty, he's filling in. What the fuck is he filling up with? That is not water. Somehow I threaded that needle. Alright, keep my mitigation up. I need to remember to do my thingy-majiggies. This takes so much of my brain to do. I am so sorry, chat. Like, I am just... Oh, I can even do it from a distance. Oh, that's so good. Go. I got this. I got this. I'm actually remembering to do like some of these combos like more applicably. Like this Holy Spirit one, I just need to remember to click it when I'm like after my third hit in the melee combo. Oh my god. Sweet. Come on, almost there and done. Did not panic whatsoever. Hey, fending. I'll need on that one and greed on this one. Alright, now we're... Oh, I remember. Okay, so it's because of all this Forgiven... So these are all the Sin Eaters. Barrel Man is a barrel-chested. Well, he had barrels on his head and his hands. Does that mean he's, like, barrel-fisted? Is that what it is? Is that an actual thing, like being barrel-fisted? Nope, I did the combo incorrectly. I need to do that again. Oh, sweet Jesus. The healer probably hates me. Yeah, there we go. There we go, and we're almost there with all those things. Fist! Hi there, Makeus DJ. I'm currently much bigger than I normally am. Actually, hang on. MM today. Is it this? No, it's okay. So Because of the white space, I need to fix that. It's because I applied white spacing that it did that. Yes, it's March, which means it's macro March. Come on, almost there. There we go. So that's one less to worry about. This one is nearly rebuilt. Nah, stun has no effect on it, obviously. Ooh, we almost got that one out of the way. Hi there, Sasher. If you were gonna do macro March, can I make a suggestion? A suggestion? You wanna make a suggestion for the massive Zeebs, who is currently 5 meters tall right now? What is your suggestion? Speaking as a furry artist who may possibly have their own thoughts about macro March, do tell me your thoughts on the process. Do tell of the process. Hey, you logged in as well into Final Fantasy XIV. Nice. I'm trying to get the level of my paladin up a little bit. He's right now at level 77. So I threw him into like a dungeon while I'm in the middle of doing all my patch content. Ooh, you can get sage gear now. Dun 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 dun. Ba 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 bum ba ba bum ba bum. Alright, I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot the mechanics for this one. Yep. And once again, this guy... The intestinal clock. Whatever the fuck that is. Oh, like this? Yep, cool. I was right. Nice. I am remembering how to do so many things now. Oh, and then the wheel goes into here. I don't know what censure does. Okay, I still got a vulnerability thing in the Donnie, but it's okay. Your V9 kit takes up the entirety of the screen. That way you can adjust where you want your model to be on screen while Vignon on and nothing gets cut off. Ah! Yes. That is probably a good idea, because right now, like, the 3D capture thingy-majiggy is just over in the bottom right for when I'm in game capture. And then while I'm in, capture, the just chatting, it is, like, technically going across, like, the entire screen. Oh yeah, I can be doing this to get some... I can make the necessary adjustments, after the raid, or after the dungeon, sorry. Also, why am I dying? Oh. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Shit. Oh fuck me. And then. How the fuck did I survive all that? Wait, is that a... No, oh, we don't have any red... Wait, we have a red mage, don't we? Oh, fuck me. Damn it, I should have used Hallowed Grounds! They're not gonna survive, are they? Oh, maybe they will. Let's see. Oh, so it's Dancer and, Monk. Let's see.
Oh, I don't care what gender
Stop
you
putting
are.
me in the maid outfit!
On the maid outfit!
And what do you mean I need a self-heal? So yeah, because I knew I should have done invulnerability rather than, like, yeah. Also, stop putting me in the maid out. You have Clemency, right? Which one's Clemency? This one. But, like, Clemency doesn't go off instantaneously is the problem. Like, it's not like, Holy Spirit, where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. With Clemency, it's just like, processing, Clemency. There's that's the difference. Use it, trust you. You can't convince me to. You can't convince me to do things, because I have to, like, read the chat to get it. If your healer is dead, you need to use Can Clemency heal the... No, they can't. Restores to self, 50% of health restored to target. A target is a party member. Oh, so I need to, like, quickly go, like, F2 or something, and then... Alright, here we go. Oh. And then that. Oh, and I did my combo wrong again. It's now down to 50%. activating every single one of my off thingamadiggies. Alright, so if the healer is dead, Paladin can... Alright, I'll need to remember that. Oh shit, I am nearly dead. What the fuck? Alright, so I need to go here. And I stood in the exact wrong spot. I'm just gonna make myself like relatively vulnerable to get through this. There we go. Dun 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 dun. Praise be the healer. I wonder how much fabric is actually needed to make the maid outfit for that magnitude. I have no clue myself. Alrighty, let's have a look. So, this is where I am. Alright, now I need to get to StreamerBot. And I need to go over my macro march commands, because, yeah, alright, so first things first, I need to get rid of the white spacing for many of my, because, yeah, as a command, it doesn't need to have all that white spacing nonsense. So, total delta T... delta, MMT, total T, delta. Alrighty, so... Don't... Alright, so it's going to be the exact message. Macro march, bigger. What question mark, macro match, question mark, macro march, question mark, macro march. Alright. Alrighty, so if I do today, Grant is currently at a height of 5.2 meters. Total is, I have grown it, so I haven't done the math, so I haven't inputted the math for the, because I have to like basically minus out the math and what have you at the end of the stream. Since doing this thing, I have had like 2.4 meters of growth. Alrighty. So one of the things I'm definitely going to need to look into is, hey, did I level up? No, I didn't. I'm halfway through. One of the things I need to look into is redoing my camera angles then, because as Sashera mentions of like, if I, like, redo it so now Vignan takes up the full screen rather than the bottom left corner, then I'm going to need to redo my camera. So, that way, if it is positioned for, you know... Sorry, stretching... There we go. So then that way, if it is, like, to do that, then it's, Oh, and maybe... Hang on a second, let me look at my, Let me look at... Booby. So yeah, let me see. Is it in the node graph? Hang on a second. Set, avatar position? Okay, so there's avatar positions. And I can set... an object's position rather than the avatars. And then I can do object rotation. Okay, and then... Yeah, and then there was the action for spinner, which is the speed of the spin or the parameter in brackets is also be negative to spin the other way. This node is going with the same value return. It says spin, but it doesn't give you, like, it doesn't tell you, like, the units of measurement it's using. Like, I like Vignon, but sometimes you're going to need to give me units of measurement. Scale doesn't need units of measurement because scale is, like, based on itself. But if you're gonna give me things like position or, like, something that is time-based, give me units of measurement. Is it milliseconds? Is it seconds? You're gonna need to tell me. Alrighty. She'll go and speak with Lissa. We must now go and speak to Liz. Also, can I wear better shit? Yes, I can, because that's 76 and this is 77. Yep, that's... Yep, so those both are fending. Also, I need someone to help me fashion some patch content, like, casual attire. Because, I'm gonna be real with you, it's probably not the best thing of, like, being dressed up in, like, full on to the things. Because this is how I look. Where's my... Let me pose right now. So, this is our paladin, as you see before you, with the sword and the shield, using the Sophia stuff. This is our gunbreaker. Very rebellious looking and all kinds of grenades. Our Dark Knight, we don't really have anything for it, so he's just a Power Ranger right now. And our warrior is in classic warrior attire, utilizing Ragnarok Zeta. Dun, 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 dun. Also, where are you, Sash? Amazingly enough, I have not bumped into Matsuno yet. Matsuno has not, graced me with his presence. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. Sin Eater? I've heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we could call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes. However harmless they may seem, my men would do so well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Let's make for Fort Job. Alright. We got a fort job to do. I'm giving you great material, and I'm not getting anything. So yeah. I also have, like, other glamours as well, so I've got these for, like, crafting things. If it was easy to, like, swap to them during a redeem, I would do that. This is what I have so far for our, Lominson commander, but it's all lieutenant shit. I want to get captain nonsense. That's all the brand new stuff. There's our Power Ranger. This here is the Scion Traveler gear. This is Gunbreaker nonsense. Actually, what level is this Gunbreaker? This is, yeah, so this is 80, and that's Gunbreaker 60. Hang on, do I have... Damn it. I needed to check my glamour plates, but it won't let me. Also, Sash, check it out. Ta-da! It's the regalia. I now have a 4-seater car. I'm living the dream. A stylish 4-seater car in a video game. Not in real life. Cars are expensive in real life. This one just cost me like 200,000 of a fantasy currency. So good. If you would wait here for a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours haven't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear, I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. This has a very sort of, you know, the fucking Starship Trooper cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Hopefully you're enjoying your KFC. This has a very Starship Troopers thing of, I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight aside on Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think that Ilmorian soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. You tried out the secret menu, and you preferred the normal menu. What would be the secret menu of like, because I know, like, in McDonald's, there's something called the Pounder. Like, that one I can enjoy, because that's 4 beef patties. That's fucking amazing. And it's not even, like, Big Mac-sized beef patties. They're, like, quarter-pounder beef patties, and you've got 4 of them. It was a triple stacker burger that's just zinger and hot sauce. Oh. Here's my thing. I feel like the problem with KFC is the chicken is too filling. You can't go, like, the fat, like, it's a weird thing with fast food where you can't get away with, like, packing on the density of your food too much. I feel like the bread and the chicken is, like, too dense. It's too heavy for that sort of a thing. I feel like it's not entirely doable. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Claremelt. It took longer than I anticipated. Well, not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Taylor. Thaler. Thaler? Is that how I'm supposed to say it? Thaler? Thaler. Hot take, Rooster Teeth does fried chicken better than KFC. Oh. Here's the thing, though. Red Rooster doesn't do fried chicken. Like, I think that's your biggest mistake. There is no fried chicken from KFC, from Red Rooster. It's all like grilled or something, isn't it? Oh my god, they're doing fried chicken. When the fuck did that happen? Stick to your lane. Ridiculous. You're breaking so many fucking rules when you do that. Stick to your goddamn lane. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. God damn you, Bookie. since forever. I feel like it again. I feel like I feel like Red Rooster shouldn't have done fried chicken if they're, because like the whole point of them was that they were the alternative to KFC, because most fast food places did like the whole deep fried chicken already, and it was only when you do like a cultural change like Korean fried chicken that we're like interested in it, what have you. That's what you get for saying RR doesn't do fried chicken. How dare. Also, because I didn't have any fucking moderators at all, Sashera, you will now be a moderator. And now I need you to shout out, I don't know if they're still here, but did a shout out ever get given to Tatsu? Alrighty, hang on. Thank you for doing a shout out for Tatsu, I appreciate it. Wait, what? Also, exclamation point, so then that way it does like the two thingy-madiggies. Ugh, look at my terrible hands. Where's your mod roll? I don't fucking know. Look at you moving up in the world, yeah, Sashera has now been elevated from being bullied while VAing, and now being a moderator. Yeah, there we go. And then there's like... And... if you ever want to have a clip involved, Sashera, you just go and do clip shoutout. And it will pop up in the top left. Observe.
Big stick.
Hey, I did that one!
Big stick go burr.
Big stick go burr. You do CSO, yeah. I do CSO for my thing. It's your favorite clip? I think it's because, like, because you don't hear when you get the, like, inflatable air thingy-majiggy Sashera. I remember you mentioning that because when you're using voice mod and what have you. I've got voice mod available, but that's only so I can do the sound clips and what have you through one of the mic things. I don't have voice mod used to do like my voice and such, because in the past I used to have like some like the CPU like encoding or something or rather would make my voice a little bit electronic, and the only solution was to, like, you know, turn off and on the voice mod, and it's like, this is a waste. And so when I went to a Wave XLR, I just used the Elgato like VSTs and such to do my voice. So when you watch it back, it freaking killed you. It's because you, like, because the thing is that without the high pitch, it's still a good clip, because you're like, ooh, big stick. You either, like, it's a mixture between unga, I'm about to whack you, and yes, it's the difference between, like, you know, full-grown adult, like, ready to unga bunga, or an absolute child relishing in violence, and either of those two are absolutely funny. Valor. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't mess up. Don't give in. I kept those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. It's perfect. Yay. My friend got to see the night's light shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come, but there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that purpose. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. So yeah. One of the things I've started doing as well, Sashera, is I now have on my stream deck like, Unnamed told me about this, and I've taken this advice to heart, is I now just have the stream clip button on my stream deck. And now if I do something and I'm thinking like, oh, hey, I should probably have this as a clip, I press it like 2 or 3 seconds after the event. So then that way I can either go back, retitle the clip, and, you know, you, like, send that off into Twitter or TikTok or something, or I go to it, watch the full video, and do a better, better sort of clip edit of my, clip. It's such a great thing. Unnamed, if you're here, thank you so much for the advice. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Are we just going to be doing, like, an around-the-tour nonsense right now? We're just going to be going around and just being like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm the Warrior of Dark... Hey, there's Sashera! Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Yay. Hey, you're level 81 as the Sage. Nice. It's not like a huge difference in the thingy-majiggy. Also, I see your little fox there. It's so funny. What minions do I have? Hang on a second. Oh my god, so I need to add that one to my favorite because I got a new pup. Wind Up Moogle is going to be added to my favorites. That's Odin. Oh yeah, I've got the Wind Up Gentleman. Alright, where's my, there we go. Nomino, Rowan, Hien, Fran, Grahatia, Gilgamesh. I got a green chicken. Nani? Nani? It's saying you're not that cute? That's okay. That's okay. Hang on. There. Oh, look at that! Angrel's 93% cute! Alright, hang on. Alright, and then I have the Ultimos. I've got Gigi. I'm gonna add you to my favorites. Warrior of Light, Onion, Fryon, Palico. I should probably add to my favorites. Bats. What is that dance? Manderville. Hang on. Emotes. Where is it? I've got new ones I can share. Just like, oh, I'm taken aback. All right, where is it? Expressions. Look at this. Look at this. Look at Sashera, like, throwing her fucking fanny at me. Just throwing that ass. Oh, that's cool. Alright, hang on. Do I have the Manderville? Yeah, I got the Manderville! This is what Matsuo is, like... This is what he plays on loop, isn't it? Like, the... Oh, that is a really good dance. I wasn't aware that you could, like, move off from, like, the side that much. How can I not be cute when I dance like this? Alright, I need to remember... So... M dance. Okay, so the command is M dance. I need to remember. Look at this. It's the extended Manderville. Oh, is that like through the that's gonna be through the like Manderville, like, or not the Manderville. That's through the Gentlemanly quest line, isn't it? All right, hang on a second. Invite to party. And then get in. We're going on an adventure. Oh my god, look how short you are. Look how short into the car. Look how short into the car you are. You're so tiny. Look at shit. You look like a kid. I'm like about to send to school. Hang on, I need to. I swear I know how to drive. Look at this. You barely like. I need a screenshot of that. You look so angry. You look so angry. So great. I love it. Sage is right. You might need a booster seat. Look at her being so upset. So good. I love it. I love your little Angie emote. I love it. It's such a... I don't know why. It's just such a good Angie emote. Oh, hey, someone's doing a job. Sync up. There we go. Oh, he's a warrior, so he can already do this kind of thing. John Oren. Okay. I'm probably not gonna get that much from it. Bow. God damn, that looks so fucking cool. But hey, we at least get like some bicolors. That's nice. Plus, this only goes to like furthering the shared fate. Where is it? Here it is. The shared fate. It only goes to improving this. Which I'm still only rank 1 in a lot of places except for Ilmeg. And I'm gonna be real, I'm not about to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not about to do like 50. I'm not about to do 60 fates. That feels like a long ass effort. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Oh my god, who could it possibly be?
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, so it's not Xenos that did that.
So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
The fuck?
A warrior of light?
I don't think we have...
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood.
Who the fuck are they talking about?
I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him. The warrior of darkness.
To be fair, we're technically the warrior of light back in the source.
I didn't know.
So...
It's an honor.
What's an honor, indeed? Alright, I need to double check my Discord just in case. Nope, Sash isn't just hiding in there or anything like that. Good to know.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
Yes, Mummy.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, furry cures.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
May we be. May we meet. May we meet and all that nonsense.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
It's impossible, Meeps. I am too strong. I am 5 meters tall, and the Cactuar are too weak to damage me. You have lost. It is over for you. It will now have to take the combined efforts of all of chat throwing shit at me.
I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by
don't pull the
association with the flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are
Thank you for the
synonymous with
Hyperhimbo
calamity
Sage.
that befell this world.
Bigger. Bigger.
Still, if this
Bigger.
man is minded to
Bigger.
destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his
Bigger.
unfortunate
Bigger.
choice of alias.
Bigger.
Oh, Sash,
Bigger.
I have a favor
Bigger.
to ask you. Can you please give me like a
Bigger.
clean
Bigger.
audio of like you saying bigger in the same sort of
Bigger.
fashion as what we're hearing here? I am now 6 meters tall. Jesus Christ. In that same sort of like feeling of like, you know,
But
you're
that's
you're
neither here nor
demanding
there.
it in a way.
I
But not
think-
like horny, like, you know, doing that like because some like Blue sent me one and he's like bigger. And it's like it's too long. You enunciating the bigger. It needs to be a bigger.
There is a proposal I should like
Stitch
to
voice or no Stitch voice? Ooh. Ooh, I didn't know I had a choice. Can you send me both if you please then? I would love both. Because I'm imagining like you're gonna have like a
Forgive me. There is one
I'm
more
curious
thing.
what it sounds like.
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
What is it? Bunny
your
bunny
time.
to bunny. We can
I
we
shall
can
go
we
on
can
ahead.
converse. When Dan's dad stops mowing the lawn. It's Saturday though. Lawn mowing is a Sunday thing. What is he mowing the lawn on a Saturday for? Mowing lawns is a Sunday affair. Ridic. Inconsiderate. It's a Sunday
I will
affair.
not
Every
mince
dad
words.
knows this.
This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time.
Uh-huh.
But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with the sound of we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
I didn't realize salmon get to have their own
Nor do I
fillet.
believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Aw, that's nice.
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Ooh. Here's the thing. I'm not 100% familiar with like the relationship between Grahatia and Lyra, because like I understand Lyra is like sort of almost like a daughter figure to him, perhaps, because he's been here for like a good 100 years. But like, just given my history, I don't like this quote of like, "Oh, anchors keep us where we have chosen to." Oh wait, hang on, let me read. Where we have chosen to be. Okay, I almost thought for a second anchors keep us where we are was what the quote was saying, but it's making it sound like as if he's cast his own anchor rather than it being, you know, weighing him down. Where we have chosen to be. So yeah, it's a choice thing.
Is that so? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief.
Wait, are you wanting more from him?
In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work.
Also, why am I not, like, dressed in my cool glamour?
This research is important, I know. But if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I need to fix up my glamours. There's, like, so much I need to fix. Oh, I know why. It's because I swapped over to the Gunbreaker. And the and... Why do I look like this? What attire is this? Oh, because it thinks it was going to be a warrior, but it isn't. Radio. That would do it. That would do it. Her mind at ease, Lena is ready to return to her duties. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. You alive? Maybe you're alive. Yep, you're alive. Cool.
Go suck a lemon.
Alright. Color me curious. What does it look like when you have a do you have the car, Sashera? Wonder if you have a car. Because I'm wondering if, like, the scale of the car will be different, like, if you're the driver and I sit in it. Grant, stop being big. I can't! Oh my gosh, look at- You're still small in the car! Ow! You can't- I'm too big! I'm too big, I can no longer be broken by the cactar. It has to take a combined effort of everyone throwing- Oh, look at that, it's like- Yeah. It's gonna take a combined effort. Look at this. So mad. She's just so small.
Nanny.
What about the anvil? I don't know. Alright, so we need to speak to Alphino over in the Crystarium again. Is there any cool... Like, actually, it's not as bad as my car, because, like, a bit of the top of her head does poke out. So, yeah, this one works. Boobies! Boobies! Actually, maybe that's what I need to do, is I need to give you guys the anvil again. So then that way, where is my...
Pull the lever, Grunk.
Give me a moment. Platforms, channel redeem. Where's the anvil? Drop an anvil. Enable. You can barely see the lack of hair because the camera is just... It's aiming too high up. Alrighty, back over to the cool-looking paladin. I love Mike Palico. He's so cute. Okay, because of this angle, my pecs look way more like boobies. Am I weird, like, in thinking that? Because of the angle that they were at, because of being in the maid outfit. Also, screw you, Blue, for constantly putting me in a maid outfit. How dare. Boobies! I'm a honkuns. Don't honk the pecs. Dun. Dun, dun, dun. I'm pretty sure there's at least one dungeon or trial that we're gonna have to go through in this patch. I guess fixing the corner camera would then break all your other redeems. It, like, yeah, that's my thought. Because here's the thing, is that, as you are aware, Sashera, there is a cake cam and a himbo cam. And both of those are just a case of, oh, they present onto the chest and on the butt. So maybe it's okay that they're full screen or something, or rather, while I'm in the middle of, like, playing a game and what have you. So we'll see how those go. But I think I reckon your advice of the, just have, like, the Vignon as the full thing, and then just do the gaming camera, quote-unquote, as just pointing in the bottom right corner, I think that's probably the better option. So, but one of the things I want to figure out is when it comes to, like, the himbo cam and the cake cam redeems, or, you know, if there's, like, a death roll, I want to try and figure out a way to make it so that depending on the scene that I'm in OBS, it changes to the camera that is relevant to the scene, rather than it being the default. Because I don't want to go back to only one camera angle for the entirety of Zeebs. I'm bored by that. I'm not interested in a camera that's just like, like me, just like facing forward like 100% of the time. I much rather prefer a camera angle where it's like angled on the games, facing forward for the chatting, and then it's like, you know, you got our... Lol, this is cake, apparently, as you seeing my back. What's 5? 5 is when I'm unconscious, 6 is down here, 7 is up here. So yeah, so... Alright. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I would like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters, or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light, who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with a renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreplaceably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they have done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as the time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selch, right? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as villain. I have shared this with a select few, but only one and all must be told of this sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Grant? Spread the word. There's generally one dungeon per patch. There's also 2 endgame dungeons that come up before post-patch start. You're kind of missing out on because Shadowbringers is arguably the best dungeons for its soundtrack alone. I am kind of missing out on it because I am just trying to get through the batches as quickly as I can. But what I am you know, I have been playing a lot of Final Fantasy off stream, especially because of the whole getting my paladin up to level and such. So I still need to go through like Omega, for instance, like all the datascape stuff. Also, hi there, Cap. Let me move you into here. There we go.
Final Fantasy VII. Wait, no.
No.
Final Fantasy 14.
Yes. Exarch.
I mixed myself up a little bit there, honestly.
Make yourself what?
I mixed myself up there a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. We're still on 14. I've not done any of the other Final Fantasies other than 15 before streaming, and then I tried 16 for a bit, but I could only do like 2 sessions, and I was like, the combat's not for me. It's not what I wanted.
I want to play 16 again, but my brother has my PS5 at my grandma's place, so...
Why is it in an entirely different house?
Because my brother doesn't have a PC, and I didn't want to fuck him over when it comes to video games.
Oh, I guess.
I sacrifice for the good of my family.
For the good of your family, is that it?
Yeah.
Sacrifice. Alrighty then. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beg Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Exerdia. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Alrighty. But yeah, I'm a level 77 paladin, and so it's like slowly but surely I'm getting my zebra up to speed. So if we do Endwalker and they're like, we should do it as paladin, I can do it as paladin.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I entirely forgot what data center we're on.
Goblin. Look at this.
Alright.
Sword and shield, baby! Try to get... Oh my god, it just stays there, like, forever? What?
That's my favorite.
Oh wait, it's 18 seconds. Okay, so it only goes for 18 seconds. Alright. I
It's
thought
not.
for a second it just, like, stayed there, and it was just one of those cases of, like, oh, there's, like, a gauge that will just reduce down to 0, so there will come a point where it's, like, useless.
There's a gay.
No. Ooh. That's cool, you can do that. I didn't know sages could do that. You logging in?
I'm logging in, but also, you know, I won't even say it because it's gross. It's weird and gross.
You don't like macros.
Oh, no, not that. Something with a cat.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just picking up, like, piss-colored, quests while I'm a paladin, so then that way it's just a case of, like, ah, yes, I can now hand this in, and just get some quick and easy, thingamadiggies.
I'm just gonna BRB so you don't hear me, dealing with my cat.
Fair enough. Glenard! Well, well. To what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night return, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The Warrior of Light. Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues, or as you're suggesting, there's more to it than that. Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Ding. There's Ash. Okay, cool. Dun, dun, dun. Also, I need to get to my bell, because I need to, like, hand quests in and also purchase and, like, sell some of my stuff. Oh, look, there's probably...
Alright, yeah, he's done. He's done.
Alright, cool. Ding.
Fucking weirdo.
Wait. Complete the thingy-madiggy, giving me Bronze rings. I'll make these quick explorations this time, so then that way there's an opportunity for them to... Because you can... Apparently, like, the quick explorations, there's a chance for them to get, like, a weird box or something, and that box can contain the, like, some of the online store dyes, like jet black dye.
You're at Crystarium, right?
Yeah, I'm just at the Crystarium right now.
I'll be right there.
Trust duplicates, no duplicates there. Sell the item there. Sell this. Sell that. The bronze rings I'm gonna sell on the marketplace if I can. Put up for sale. Let's see. Oh, that's... Damn. I was hoping for better prices.
Where's me boy?
Right.
Where's he going?
So, let me just drop you down to a 10. You're a 4s and 2s, so there's not really any way to make that cheaper. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, you're not a potato anymore.
When did I become potato?
I swear, someone in our friend group is a potato. I swear, someone in our friend group is a potato. I'm not like gaslighting you or anything like that. I swear there was, and they were like they were even doing like warrior or something. All right, sign venture, quick adventure. Guild, there we go. No duplicates. Cool. Sell. But yeah, these are all my dies, and then I have like random items for if I ever get an apartment or a house or something. I've not yet figured out when that will happen. Yep, and he's doing all right as far as gear goes. The only downside is his battle axe, but I've not yet done any trials or raids where I can get like level 80 stuff for all my guys. So, but that will come about in the future. All right, you invite to party. Why not get a room at the guild house? I have not thought about getting a room at the guild house, is why. I don't know where the guild house is. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Blah, 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 blah. We're...
Sexy man.
Groggy. Oh, have you seen the, Dragon's Dogma 2 demo that's been released?
I didn't play Dragon's Dogma.
Okay, well, in Dragon's Dogma 2, they've released I have 3 retainers. What am I missing? Okay, Sash, the reason why I have an extra retainer is for a time, for a time, 2 retainers was not enough, because I was, like, collecting everything gathering-wise. So the first retainer I had was just for random objects, like food and furnishing and such. The second retainer was for mining and gathering, and then the third retainer was for fishing and regions. And I was constantly running out, because I had the very dumb idea of making many of these classes, like, high ranking. Despite the fact that it took me a while to properly, like, come to terms and learn that, you don't keep stuff. You just buy it repeatedly. Says Sage is just like, damn, I only have the 1 retainer, and that's for me teeth. Yeah, alright, so he doesn't have... So you pay more for the sub?
2 retainers? One for the top row, one for the bottom row?
I think I only got, like, the extra retainer because of I think I'm getting it because of the app? Because I put, like, the premium app, so then that way my saddlebags are, like, even more. So, because, like, a lot of the time my food goes into here. And then any of these things. So, also, I need to reorganize this, because, like... some of these don't really work. Also, Oblivion Orb right there. So yeah, don't Don't hate me for my, like, poor management of inventory. Also, hang on a second. You don't pay for my sub. Just point at them. Hi, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Also, Sash, you know you can, like, chat with us, right? Or are you worried that the lawnmower is going to be an absolute pain? Alright, who do I need to talk to next? I need to talk to 3 more people this way. Also, I should probably eat my egg.
Delicious egg.
Egg. It's so silly, it's like egg. Oh, blue tick.
Wait, what the? Oh, wait.
In the middle of nowhere. One of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you.
I was so confused for a hot second, because Big Stick isn't level 90. I forgot that Big Stick isn't my main.
Ah, Grant.
I was like, wait a minute.
Have you seen Rin? She's been looking for you. Don't die on me, please. Wait here. I'll go get her. So good. 19 redeems of bigger. Mark all of them as completed. I could probably make the bigger redeem like an auto thingamajig. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now, hold on. I haven't even told you what it is yet. After you defeated Emmett Selch, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the land that were once swallowed by the flood. Huh? I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. I'll... Dun dun dun. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thancred, Urianger, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever causes this. The 3 of us were reluctant to ask for help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us? I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, Grant. This means a lot. First of all...
You gotta help out your niece, you know?
I gotta help her out. First of all, let's head to the Derrick in Amarang. Thancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now. I will deal with that another time. Did you read what Sage wrote in the chat?
Yeah.
If someone is ever dying, just say stop. Too much paperwork that I need to fill out and it's illegal. You're attending your funeral as the guest of honor, and your boss like comes over to the coffin. It's just like, hey, just letting you know you didn't submit your 2 weeks notice here, and that's inexcusable in the current work environment. What's with the cam view? So, Sir Dragon, to give you some context, it's Macro March. Watch this shit. There we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I might make the first message like a me message, and then the next 2 are the bots. So then that way it gets popped up in the stream and what have you.
The question is, how do we make it bigger?
You can.
How do we do it?
Subs, gift bombs, or 69 bits to hyper himbo me, and then using the bigger redeem to get me like beyond the normal levels of hyper himbo. Same with Dazzy, he has a 3rd one off the app. I don't understand. Not only for one. Alright, sorry, I just need to go. I'm just filling in like quests like real quick just to try and get my thingamadiggy up. I don't know if I selected the right option. I don't know what my options are, and I'm just like clicking through this really fast.
I heard him. Where'd he go?
Where'd who go?
My cat. He was right behind me, I think. Oh, there he is.
You're about to get You got bamboozled by a cat.
Yeah.
Yay! Just a little bit of that XP.
Yeah, I was about to say both of the redeems are out of order.
Bigger Redeem and Hyper Himbo are out of order. So the Bigger Redeem is only available once Hyper Himbo is engaged. And because of the Bigger Redeem being cheaper than Hyper Himbo once you do the Hyper Himbo, then, you know, yeah. And also, I think I've become a little cheeky where I might have applied a limit to, where is it? So yeah, the Bigger Redeem isn't there. But I've done a bit of a cheeky move. I've limited the number of times you can Hyper Himbo me using channel points. You now have to... Yeah, all of them have been claimed this stream. Unfortunately, so it's 69 bits or gift subs after this point. So Angrel tried to do like the growth thingy-majiggy with one of the Hyper Himbo redeems, but the Bigger Redeem didn't get it activated more than 10 times, so... I was only Hyper Himbo for a period of time. I didn't grow from it.
Damn.
I know. It's all, but also here's the thing. I am 6 meters tall right now, and the camera angle is fucking broken. So, yeah. Oh, Grant.
I think you should be bigger though. Honestly, let's be real.
Yeah. You know what? You know how you do that? You do that with a gift sub or a resub or a gift bomb. The reason I grew so quickly at the start is because Meeps gifted 6 subs this month, and so I jumped from like 2 meters to 5. Dan is being silly and asking me if the breakfast he lovingly cooked for me is any good. Well, that's a legitimate question.
I have to do my duty for Queen and Country.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, jump. I survived that. Also, what's the Kirby jump scare? Here I am, just giving relationship because Sasha is like, Danny asked if I liked his food. He's being a goof, and it's like, well, then you tell him. Thank you, Sir Dragon.
Thank you, Sir Donks88 for the tier 1 gift sub to Sage.
There we go.
Kiss him, Sash. That's the great bamboozler in a relationship. I feel is when you just give him a little kiss on the cheek. It's gonna be seen as genuine affection, and he won't know what to do with it. All right, where am I going? Okay, so I need to talk to the. Oh, actually, one of the things I also have to do is I have to pick up a thingamadiggy. Morwin, do you have anything good for me? Oh my god, I can get all the other, like, thingamajiggy. Wait, Primal and Warden gear? Oh, if I have the totems. Radio. Alright, so many of these should already be in... So if I search for this item... Yeah, so a lot of these are already in the Glamour chest, I would say. Oh, this one I don't have? Ah, but it's Crystarium gear, so it's not really that important. And then we've got the 130s here. So we've got 2 rings, bracelet. So Gunbreaker, Guillotine. Alright, so I should... I'm gonna get the War Axe. Alright, so I only have 800. I'm gonna go for... War Axe there. So that's the Hydrarilium, that's the Alright, so... Yeah, because I'm doing Gunbreaker Maker here and there, I'll grab this one. There we go. Alrighty, so now... If I swap to my Gunbreaker, do the recommended gear, I'm now ended up with the Augmented. Go over to here, go with the recommended Augmented. Ding. Dong. Back to my Paladin. Alright. I gotta remember to use my Tomestones. The profile pic for Mike here. Oh wait, did I miss the... What was your result? I need to double check that. Where is it? Chatbot. Oh, it's still the same thing, Matiggy. Okay, never mind. I thought you changed your profile icon there for a second. Did I also miss out on a message from Sash?
Hi, Iggy. What are you doing?
Hi, Dano.
You wanna...
Wait, god damn it, I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost.
I think Iggy wants to be on the stream.
Who wants to be on the stream?
Iggy.
Oh, Iggy's your cat.
Yeah, my sweet little devil man.
Oh, okay. I thought Iggy was like a legitimate person in the Discord right now.
Yeah.
I would have just been like, who the fuck is Iggy? You
But
vibe check failed. Just that. It's like, I know what to do. It's called like kiss my girlfriend. What it sounds like right now is Sashara and Dana are just having a fucking stalemate because Sash is just doesn't know how to, you know, combat that boyfriend being a what's the word? Boyfriend.
Dumbass.
Not being a dumbass, but it's one of those. What's that Bugs Bunny thing?
That's my twink. Gender.
I would not put Bugs Bunny as a twink. Where the fuck do you get that?
Have you seen Bugs Bunny?
Look, Bugs Bunny, and oh my god, I still haven't got to the height yet. Bugs Bunny, like, I understand the, like, gender fluidity in clothing and such, but a lot of that time it's used as sort of, like, a comedic thing in the earlier days, and then in the later days it's used as a, hey...
No. Oh.
Just because it's a comedic bit doesn't mean it's a problematic thing. Like, let people dress how they want, yada yada. Yay.
Sorry, I almost got fucking smoked just then.
Where are you right now?
I'm in spoiler territory.
Ah, okay. Well, what a coincidence. We're gonna have a special event. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna play Dragon Ball Z. It's gonna be
Rest
like,
in peace
it's
to
gonna
my
be
boy.
so hype. Yeah. It's a shame, like, I had to Google this because I very much love the idea, because of South America and Latin America just having like anime presented uncensored in their like place for like a good decade more than us. There is where am I going next?
Hey Grant, check your DMs.
Oh, why do I have to check my DMs?
Just do it.
It's a cat.
It's Iggy.
That's Iggy. That's your desk?
Yeah. No, my desk is like 90 degrees to the left of that. Either way, I am currently doing it rough right now.
Radio. Say that I don't smother him all over the forehead and pull him in the face. Alright, yeah, let's... Doofus sounds like the right turn of phrase. I am taking such a long and arduous route to get to where I need to go. Oh, hey! Minstrel from Another Mother! Need to remember to check that one when I have the chance. Alright, here we go. Jump. Nice. Now we're cooking with gas. Also, swap over to Gunbreaker, so I can get the quest done. POV, Piggy. Like, still applicable. Piggies could be screaming.
Mhm.
There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for people to gather. It's a cat. Yeah. Cat people.
Cat people.
Yes, this looks to be all,
Cat
everyone.
people.
Let us
Walk
begin, shall we?
like cat. Talk like people.
Cat. There we
Though
go.
I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Oh, thanks, Alphino. Thank you. I guess I have to do the
They
speech.
would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed.
Peanuts,
In
how
light
could
of
you?
the
I'm a
subject
silent
matter,
protag.
Who better than thee to speak these truths?
Just give me text prompts. Here we go. I'm literally just giving him like all the details. I'm not having my option to like pick my words carefully.
Me.
Also, I've not yet found the reason why the party was 5 members. Like, because the thing is that like, if it was just 4, the composition, like, matches perfectly for the whole, you know, party system of Final Fantasy XIV, because it was 1 tank and 2 DPSs and a healer. Whereas, when we see the Warriors of Light, it's instead 2 tanks, 2 DPSs, and a healer. So it's not even like an alliance.
Make it white. The Warriors of Light did all that.
Maybe it works differently in this, what's that, the 14th?
So they never... I mean,
like back
they only ever
before
wanted to
the
help.
Realm Reborn patch, but I
And
didn't
when
see
everything they'd
anything
done turned
like
to ash,
noting
they
it.
still carried on.
Oh no, I mean like it's different in Norvrent, like the party culture.
Then their souls.
Maybe?
And they
But it was
managed
basically the same sort of thing. Oh,
the
excuse me. It was basically the same
They
sort of thing as
saved
when we
us.
were in
And we
over in
cursed their
Eorzea.
names.
If you had to guess, it was because of the 5 job categories. Yeah, but
This
it's not
should go a
even like
long way
following the
towards
5
clearing
job categories either, because they give Ardbert fucking Warrior, which is like, as far as I know, Warrior was a tank class 100% of the time.
I think back in
Ardbert!
OG Final Fantasy, Warrior was a Deeps.
Oh, was it?
Believe so.
Wait, that's not our Ardbert, is it?
Impossible.
That is someone...
It's him. It's Fartbert.
I take it I'm not imagining this, then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
I'm pretty sure Ardbert's like Aether Ghost, like
What in
invaded
the
our body and
world?
using its darkness balanced the light. So I don't know who the fuck this Ardbert is.
Does that make Ardbert like a Final Fantasy Force Ghost?
The one who slew the Eater!
I'm not too sure. Yeah.
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those
Cookie for
you know
Engrel. You're
as
gonna
a
have to jump up
warrior
for this.
of
I'm 6
light.
meters tall.
I'm gonna climb up you like a
You should be
like a
dead.
boy ladder.
Aye, that I should. But as the
Skittering up
world
you
has
like a little
given you
rodent.
life, so too have I.
So he really just honestly.
I know
just
not why
come
I,
back from the dead.
and I alone have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it.
Yeah, okay.
The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
This is just all a recruiting gig.
Us? Warriors of light?
Even you, good sir, can be a warrior of light. Join us today on Eorzea.
None of us were born heroes, my friend.
When did Ardbert become the Blue Mage mentor?
I don't know. Hi, Ripper. Stream is going fairly well. And yes, I am fairly tall.
I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need.
How do you even touch your little keys without crushing them?
And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same.
It's a custom mechanical
All you
keyboard?
need is the will to help your fellow man.
It's fully metal, so you don't like crush it like paper mache.
In God's honesty, this thing is aluminum base.
Oh, base?
It's like it's got weight to it. Like I could probably kill a man if I get invaded. I don't have a cricket bat. I have a keyboard.
By no lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate.
It's got some brushed metal. It's got some sharp corner on it. Like all I need to do is like just whack them in the cranium, and they're gonna have like an indent of the escape key.
And I, like a fucking weeaboo, have 3 steel swords.
They aren't real steel swords, are they? They're just steel.
No, they're steel, but they're not like sharpened swords.
Radio.
Go.
Which can still be used as a blunt weapon.
Mm-hmm.
They are heavy.
Yeah. Sounds like it would feel good to type on. It honestly is. Like, hang on a second. Check this shit out. You ready to hear some ASMR?
Hello! So, that is a warrior of light of the first.
There we
It's
go.
not even coming through on Discord, funnily enough.
It's not coming, but is it coming through on the mic? Because I believe Discord has like an entirely different noise gate compared to...
Oh, that's some good noise.
As far as I was able to discern, that was
I just checked on stream. It's good noise.
Good noise.
Alright, the next ASMR we need is the Grant coming while whimpering ASMR voice clip.
No.
Go suck a lemon.
Also, someone clip the like I've done my quick clip, but if someone does like a better clip of like the context of the ASMR keyboard typing and such, I'd appreciate it. No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Yeah.
Nor I.
It's funny because one of the bosses I'm fighting right now looks like one of those old Power Rangers villains, like
nice
from like late Showa era.
Cool.
Lord Zed looking ass.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not.
Yeah, he would have been like bleeding light
which
nonsense.
leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Asians.
That he is an Asian.
Called it.
Oh right, I forgot. This boss actually has a micro mechanic.
I have to agree.
And yes, I mean that micro.
From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Possibly.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus.
Zeebs is a cutie.
That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emexel's failure here in the first.
22%. Nice going.
It is quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen.
Yeah, I gotta check if I got that shit for real.
And they do this often, you say?
Damn.
Verily. For they possess no corporeal form.
I gotta start hitting the gym for real.
In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to...
Don't worry, I'll do it for you.
In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
Just think of it as you growing enough to rip your shirt.
Single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own.
That is a good angle.
Mayhap the blessing of light.
Do you think I should make a cheer redeem where it's just explicitly the Macro March growth?
Mayhap other forces are at
I think that's a good idea.
We cannot say for certain.
If only I had, like, any money at all right now.
And I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once
I need a
warrior of
number,
light?
like maybe 500.
Or did the
Would 500 be
final departure
good?
of his soul make it possible, perhaps?
500 bits?
Regardless.
Yeah?
To hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Alright, one second, let me see. Where's my... Ray reduction...
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me,
wait,
why do I have his...
I was
why is it
afforded a
not
glimpse
here?
behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary.
On the fight screen, I have Sashera's profile.
Undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless,
I think that's a bit
what
funny.
little I did glean may now prove useful.
Any value above...
Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind.
Sorry, say that again?
In the art of manipulation.
On the fight screen, like that's on stream, I have Sashera's face.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, that was because it grabs like a random emote if you send a message, but if you go like exclamation point emote, then it gives you a thing.
We shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association.
I choose this emote.
That being the case,
exclamation point emote and then the
on
emote.
this Ardbert's
of course.
as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna try anymore.
His performance appears.
If you fuck up twice, it's game over.
Yeah.
What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause.
Also, it's funny, you just had the Numu's tail on your head just then.
For the present, at least.
Alright. I have a confession to make. I didn't fully follow that cutscene. I just know it's like, oh yeah, the Asian Erdbert, mischievous, is probably trying to, like, you know, force people to do Warrior of Light nonsense in the plane to try and return to, you know, forcing the calamity to come upon them, but yeah.
They're trying to make us return the slab. We can't do that.
Yeah. Bunny girls.
This just in chat. Zebra is horny for bunnies.
Rabbit girls. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an imposter. Of that there is no doubt.
Us.
Nope, don't wait, which one is it? Hang on. Nope. No. Nope.
Almost.
Damn it.
Come on.
I can't find, I don't have it. I don't have it in my thingy-majiggy. But to the masses, he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the... Actually, do you want to do the old dog, Beglug?
Oh.
I'm sharing I'm sharing the Discord stream, so you should be able to see the full dialogue, even if I go to obscene sizes.
Alright, let's see. After the warrior lights were laid to rest in Euromore, the people prayed fervently for the god to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony.
I, for one, would love to know why
I was about to do that.
That was good.
But go ahead.
I for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. I normally reserve, if Seth Share is in the chat, then I'm normally like, oh, this is your Stola, cat lady, it's your turn.
I just got to do the funny voices, because I'm good at funny voices.
Exactly. Anytime there's a need for like one of the like the silly like European accents, then it's like, yep, all right, we're gonna throw it to Cap. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
And then
I can't wait to feel all to come back.
So yeah, I don't have a go-to yet for who I want to be given Urianger kind of dialogue, because this one, I'm gonna be real, it's a pain to listen to, it's a pain to like say aloud, but I feel like giving it to someone as like, oh, temporary VA, here you go. If they don't,
we take action. We must ascertain his intents.
Yes. So, because also that's like one of the shorter ones I've seen him say as well, amazingly enough.
Yeah, I like being verbose though.
Yeah, so it's like, unless they are comfortable in doing ere do I shall move anon on rest be assured the day on will come, like if they're not comfortable doing that nonsense, or they're not comfortable with VA overall, it then just becomes painful listening to Urianger.
Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon, with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Rhine of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength.
Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come.
I'll prove your ass.
Beglug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Just fucking knocking her cheek. Then I think it time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we had learned of the Ascians had been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selch's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Unfortunately, I recently received word from Fanau that at heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Quitana Revel. Almit believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fanau. Almit and her sisters will be expecting us. It's Reen like Yeen? Well, you're not here to correct us. You're not here to correct Cap. It's how we like to say it.
I'll say it however I damn please. I'm Uber Danger, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Let's just be about our tasks.
Yeah.
Give my regards to the V's.
You hear that? Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Damn it. Sometimes I wish I could have big breakfasts, but I can't be bothered making breakfasts. I live by myself, and I don't want to order in for breakfast. Just so much work. Also, I'm just gonna really quickly talk to the Whatsamahoozy dad over here. Unless he, of course, he decides to just be on an entirely different floor. Idiot. I need to find a way to get up there. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Look at me go. Fast as fuck, boy. Since I'm a morning shower person, I rarely have time for big morning breakfast. However, doing that ever so often would be nice. Okay, that's interesting, because I thought if you were a morning person, it meant that you were, like, feeling encouraged to do, like, breakfasts and what have you. I'm an afternoon/evening person, hence my, like, disinterest in trying to do, breakfasts. Because I just want to drink my iced coffee and that's it. Wicked White, it's a baby! Moving on. Yes, you're a father. You now have your baby.
Got a baby.
A baby. Welcome the child into the world. Yes, because that's exactly what this child needs before it even has object permanence.
My word, it's the warrior of light. Holy fuck! Oh wait, what was that? Why was I so excited a moment ago?
That's what babies sound like. All of them.
All of them.
Collectively.
Yep. Yeah. Alright, Ratika!
Lahi!
Lahi! Alright, here we go. Let's get that music playing. Here it comes. Oh, it's not playing right now because we're in the village. Dun, 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 dun.
How dare you Lahi cuck us?
Just you wait, Rabbit girls. Yes, I heard of Akira. I know there has not been a part of the internet that hasn't decided to tell me about Akira's passing, Capcom releasing all their different shit, Dogma 2 having their character creator, and so everyone's making either their perfect fantasy RPG character or Kratos from God of War. Boy. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more runes. Although we run afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magics. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. For what you have told me, I strongly suggest that the wisdom of my comrades and I seek it can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see that it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within.
They could have chose a better word than that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like unmolested is like, I don't know. It feels like a whistle of a word. It's like It's like when someone's just sort of like, ah, yes, we didn't get moistened by the rain. It's like you could think of better words for that.
Come on.
He's like, come on. Surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... Gasp!
You promised not to tell! Oh, you bitch, sister!
Then I suggest we be going. Get back
you
here!
slut!
This humid setting is a dank environment. That one I feel like is funny. But
Yeah.
it is the same sort of thing where it's like, I don't know if dank would have been my choice. It's like, oh man, this swamp is rank and dank, and it'd just be like, rank agreeable, dank unagreeable. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satisfied. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for their sedulous...
Let me try that.
Sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity.
Oh, dude, you're peeking out.
Me?
Yeah, I'm hearing like taps, like loud taps in my ear right now. I'm not sure if that's my end, your end, or someone else's end.
It's not the rain, is it?
Don't think so.
Alright.
I might just be tweaking. Don't worry about it.
Alrighty then, fair enough. Because I usually try and keep the mic as sounds fine on stream. Thank you, Angro. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Cortana Revel. You sure you're not just thinking of, like, the rain that's going off in the game?
No, it was like loud, like sort of. Do you remember the old the old speakers that made a like noise when phones were calling?
Oh, like more of an electronic tap, not a physical tap.
Yeah, like an electronic tap.
Alrighty then.
Like the sound you hear when you like edge a guitar like audio thingamabob into a amp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds like, I think it makes sense. Also, where'd Sashara go? Hi, Otto. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Happy March Madness to you, Aito. I hope you're having a wonderful. I hope you had a wonderful time in Outward. I am currently going through Final Fantasy XIV. It is my MMO of choice, as I've been going for it for the last 3 years now. Yes, I know it's an interesting angle, The unfortunate thing is because it's Macro March, so if I get Hyper Himboed and then, you know, the bigger redeem goes off, which is, so 69 bits and then doing the bigger redeem, or someone gifts, resubs, or subscribes to me, then I grow bigger. So right now, so if you, Macro March. So right now I'm currently 6.6 meters tall, and so far in the last week I've grown 2 meters before then. So it's gonna be a crazy amount of growth, I feel, once I get my first render for the March Madness week, or the first week of March Madness. Once I get that rendered, and because of the recent addition of adding in gift subs and gift bombs into ways for the macro like scaling to go off, because it's not even that fast of a scale. It's just 1.1. I just scaled up to that. So for it to happen repetitiously enough is just a sign of, like, you know, craziness. Joined with me in the Discord is my friend Capricious. Say hi.
Hi, chat. It's me, the funny one.
Yes.
That's it. That's all you're gonna get.
That's all I'm gonna get.
That's all you're
Also,
gonna get.
Gosh darn it, Demon Lions! Not to the new. Don't take my shirt when there's like brand new people. I can barely cover myself. All right, so I'm going this way. Oh, blue tick.
Actually, chat, don't listen to him. Take his shirt, take his pants, take his undies too.
You can't take
let him
any of
soak.
these things. Seeing
Do it
eye to
anyways.
eye. Oh, it's, I don't know what that is. All right, moving on. Back into the regalia we go. So yeah. So yeah, and it's tempting. I think I'm gonna do it for next week. So not in, or actually it's technically enabled now, but I'm not gonna make note of it. But I'm gonna have like a bit redeem. So when it's greater than a certain value, then I will also get, you know, the whole macro scale done. And that's on a per occurrence of the cheers. So you can't do like, say, oh, 10,000 cheers means it goes off 10 times or something like that. It's like, no. It only goes off the one time. It's most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, you guys came in at a good time. Also, nice try. None of the cactuars are able to damage me. You are below. Proceed. Okay, so I need to swap over to Gunbreaker. Proceed. I wasn't about to, like, try and do it at level 77. Because I've, like, even doing these at, like, the normal levels can be a bit of a oofies.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
I was not expecting that accent. I didn't remember it being, like, you know, Eastern.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
Yeah, okay.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
It is a weird amalgamation is what it is.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Oh, we're gonna fight that, aren't we? It's like a reverse Medusa or something.
Why you... Ugh.
Oh my god, you skank, how dare you?
Siblings.
It's true, I'd do that.
Owl!
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
Bird.
Bird up.
Bird up. Dun, dun, dun.
Bye bye.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Several hundred years old. Clearly not in maturity. Are the Viera just, like, immortal? Or just really slow aging?
I have no idea.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Fair assessment. I 100% agree, as we now just take the owl from the other platform.
To that extent, do Elezen age like elves?
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Hard to say. Like, because the Elezen are definitely just elves.
They're bloody knifies.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly.
Yep. So we're gonna be fighting a beast.
Don't!
Have these motherfuckers never watched Indiana Jones?
To be fair, no, they haven't.
But I only... What is happening?
Iggy, have you watched Indiana Jones?
Indiana Jones. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Oh no! Oh no! It lives!
That's
my favorite Isaac boss.
I'm not surprised.
Like, I did not
Prepare
expect like a
yourselves.
centaur thing, like, cause see, it's like, I don't know. Cookie for
Doesn't have
Hawaiian
a
pizza, by
nose.
the by. Oh. Well, that's unfair. Are you gonna give me puzzles? Is that it? Ooh, triple triad. Okay, it's probably not triple triad, but I can dream.
It's that motherfucker from... It's Luxord.
Why did you have to remind me? Why did you have to remind me of Kingdom Hearts?
You care to play a game?
Ah.
I choose to parlay.
Alrighty.
My boat is made out of crabs.
Heroes proven learned and wise, a comrade shall be their prize. Alright. If you would see their set face, answer me these riddles 3. Deaf of claw, with kin do I vie, although sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts decry. Hang on, so... Death of Paw. Okay, so it's not the, it's not the Cola Bird. With kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts decry.
I think it's the coral.
Carl is cat, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because monkeys have paws, but monkeys are... those sought apart, betterment of whole do our efforts to cry. Part of me wanted to go with the, with kin.
Nani?
What in the world? Hi there, Renee Zach. I'm currently macroed. Betterment of the whole do our efforts to cry. I'm gonna
Where's the
go
cry?
cat just because of, like, you know, cat girl. 'Twas the Oppo, keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. God damn it. A single talisman I shall take. Fuck's sake. Ah!
What the fuck even is an Oppo?
It's a monkey.
Ah.
Fearsome Fang, I travel with Pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. Oh, that's the wolves.
Yeah, that's the wolves, baby. I should know.
Let's see. Owl. Serp. Yeah, wolf. Here we go. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf the doctrine praised, that would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. Alrighty. On my belly do I crawl, but my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. Alright. Snakes for 1.
Yeah, it's a snake.
Yeah, because the other 2 are like...
It's Snake!
Dreaded serpent turn protector, lure to slumber, ere it tear the world asunder.
A sundered world? I wonder what that could mean.
Alright, so we're missing 1 person. So far. Alright. Desire you that which I claim, then we shall play another game.
Oh, it's a spider.
Test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and all you may, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. Okay, so
hold up.
okay. Okay, so it's a match 2.
Ah, it's a concentration game.
Alright, so second enough. Alright, cool. Comrades are assembled, together at last. Woo! I guess they had that as like a special...
If you want to play cards, blow it out your ass.
Did you have a hard time with this, Sashera, with like the matching cards, or... Yeah. I do agree, the first one was like a bit annoying because it was dealing with like animals that we just hadn't heard. One worthy of she who the Ronka extoiled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Oh, defeat the... Okay. Bing. Dong.
Be careful, sisters.
No mess.
This is going to leave a mark.
I'm gonna be real, I do not remember a lot of my combos. Like, especially the thing for like, oh, just doing the biggest hits I can.
Here I come.
Oh, getting stunned. Oh, that's what it does. Oh yeah, the butt emote doesn't work in Cineroar because I've been like macroed.
He's too big and he didn't want to put the effort into to have it scale with the camera.
Yeah. So I can't do the thingy-majiggy quickly, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, I gotta do a big fight. Let's see, friends list.
This correctly.
This is going to leave a mark.
Noted, Yashtola.
This is going to leave a mark.
Now then, time to wait for the cue to pop.
Oh my god, it's seriously at 1 health. There we go. And we win.
Da, 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 da.
Da, 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 da. Nice. As a tradition, as soon as a gunbreaker starts their combo, some bullshit interrupts them and ruins their rotation for the rest of the fight. Noted, Velk. Also, hi, Velk. Welcome to the stream. Not a hard time, but yours were all on the same row. Lol. Wait, was there, like, enemy cards that would have popped up if I picked the wrong one, Sesher, or was it all allies?
'Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite.
Nice.
Now, what have we learned?
I am the best.
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can
A
open the
living
door.
statue? Is that a Doctor Who reference?
Oh my goodness.
Alright, I gotta fill someone's dark insides.
Weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Velk, Erne, Zach, to give context.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
There we go. So, subs, gift bombs. Gift bombs are the ones where it's like, oh, if you do like more than one gift bomb, then it's going to be, it will, blah, blah, blah. Words failing me. It will, like, do it for however many times you do the random gifting. So if it's like, you know, only one random gift sub, then it's only doing the growth one time. But if it's 5 gift subs, it's 5 times, 7 times, 7,
Befitting
yada, yada,
a
yada.
hero.
Whose tomb is this again? We don't know yet, do we?
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Maybe.
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
Damn it, I went the wrong way.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the Echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence.
Also, Sashera, thanks for the offer, but I already procced the
A shower
thingy
of
when you
stars setting
messaged.
the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel?
I don't remember that. Not at all.
Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
Oh, the end of the world. Oh, well, the end of the, Asian's world. The calamity and shit sundering.
The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The Echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
So
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
So the Echo would have been something that existed before the Sundering, then? Like, before the, you know, the 14 fragments and all that kind of shit. Or 13 fragments in the source.
I forgore.
Because that's what it's theorizing.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tijuana and her exploits have been told countless times over the centuries, yet as it is handed from one generation to next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. Nice. It's possible for an event to be so impactful that it leaves an imprint upon the soul. Yeah. I hope you'll forgive me, but I don't make an oath of my own. But I think it goes without saying we should never misspeak of your heroism. Psh! Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the Vais who would not know of all you have done for Noverant. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful at the same time. You can all be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Ratika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Asleep disturbed. Alright, let me invite you back into the party again. Bonk. There we go. Although we learned naught of the Asians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Nice work there, Sashero, on, like, the intuition of, like, it's gonna be an instance or something like that. So that was kind of clever on that. Alrighty, then. Nice, we can literally travel there. Get in the car. Get in the car. Playbait. There we go. Look at her being so small. Also, I need to make sure I, like, clear out these areas and say, like, explored. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't drive and read a map at the same time, apparently.
I think that's just safe.
Oh, hey. I reckon the car is probably one of my favorite go-tos. It's gonna be that it's gonna be between the Regalia, Fenrir, and the Mega Shiba. I think that's how the separation is gonna go. Oh yeah, and I'm doing all these, like, discoveries. If Grant can't keep his eyes on the road, I want out. Where we're going, we won't need roads. See? Look at that. Also, we'll check out the blue tick at some point, because apparently that one's, like, gives you things. Alright, now let's go talk to the French. Renard. Ah, Grant! It is so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. It was prepared, a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you.
Why is the Runar the Frenchman?
Because Runar is a Frenchman.
I did not know he was the Frenchman.
He sounded so French.
I did not know this. This is news to me.
Hang on, I want to keep the French accent. I'm gonna need Sash. Get in the VC. You wanna voice line your mommy, your Stola. He's Slavic. I thought he was French. He sounded French when I listened to the cinematics. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you guys haven't been in the road that entire time. All Rothgars are Slavic. I don't know how to do the Slavic accent, though. I only know.
До свидания. My name is Runar. How do you do?
I'm sorry, Renar, but we haven't the. Please, I insist. It will take only a minute.
Please, I insist. It will take only a minute.
Yeah, I can't.
Let me do the voice. I'm good at doing Slavic.
My apologies, Grant. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed, but perhaps only for a bit, if you'll assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherborough from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch the broom from Azir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Wow, she doesn't. They're Ronso. Yeah, they're Ronso. Also, look at this. Look at this fucking pose right here. Just, god damn it, fucking glamours.
Hello, my name is Runar. I like vodka and I like my cat mummy. I give her a flower.
I'll get Code's hang on a second. Let me get where's Code the Yoshi's Code the Yoshi had a clip. Let me find it real quick. Videos show all, it should be in here somewhere. Sort by top in the last 30 days. Here it is. So share, copy, watch. Hopefully I pressed the right button.
We are gonna play it straight away on the day.
Listen to him. Radio.
Daddy! I mean, sorry.
It's the French! It sounded like French. It sounded... Why you poking fun? I love how Sash is just sending messages randomly in the party chat instead of into the Twitch or the Discord, and it's just like, why you bully? A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old but sturdy and sure to suffice. Oh, how'd you get up there? Never mind. I don't know when Sash got up there. Hi there, Zeus. I'm doing all right. Happy Macro March to you. I am now like twice as big.
Wait a fucking minute. How's Zeus also? What is this web of connections?
What do you mean this
also,
web
hi,
of?
Zeus.
What do you mean this web of connections?
I know Zeus outside of here, which is pretty crazy. I think
I might, like, Zeus might have entered into my social circles prior to streaming, I would say, but that would be because of a, I feel like that might have been because of a Discord we might have been together in or something like that. Like, because they're in this particular Discord, I'm fairly sure. It'd be weird if they weren't, because they are, like, one of the streamers that gets, like, their thingy-majiggy notified here and such.
How funny, because I met him through F-list. What?
I was thinking it was like, oh, an entirely different video game, or, you know, oh, maybe there was a similar Discord, like the one for Bambi New Blaze or something. But instead it's like, ah, yes, it was from F-list.
Yeah.
All right, Chad, if you don't know what F-list is, it is how do you want to describe it, Cap?
It is a hell site in which people roleplay. And there's a lot of weird people on there.
You know why there's a lot of weird?
Trust it.
You know what? You want to know why there's a lot of weird people on there? What does the F stand for, Cap?
Furry. But it should stand for fiends, because there's some terrible shit on there.
I'm pretty sure it's meant to be fetish, because it's F-list.
Ah, yeah.
And
yes, Zeus, it is I.
Oh my god, that's Cap. I don't think I even want to know. Too late, Velk! You are now burdened with knowledge. You are now burdened with a side of, like, how... Because I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I know Zeus Pegasus from F-List. I know what F-List is. I have met some people from there, but that's not where I met Zeus.
What can I say? I'm a fetish networker.
Just a fucking deviant.
Yeah.
It's like when furries hear the number 621 and they're like, Oh, absolutely. Never heard of it before.
Ah, yes, monosodium glutamate, my favorite.
Yes, preservatives in soda.
MSG?
Lauren, good. This should prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Totally not blushing being called out on stream. Nope.
Neither I.
So yeah, because, like, look, I will be real with you. That's how I kind of started, like, furry-wise as well, is from that website. Which is why whenever there's this whole, like, thing where... Because, like, I feel like the furry community is way too broad now in terms of how you can get in and how you contribute to the fandom, that when I hear furries, like, trying to argue, like, against the popular media of, like, oh, it's not a sex thing, I'm just sort of, like, looking at them and I'm like, be honest.
Be for real. Be so fucking for real.
Be for real. The actual the thing that furries don't like about, you know, the perception that the public had wasn't because of, oh, it's seen as a sex thing. It's because that when it was presented by CSI Miami and the few times that it pops up from, you know, TV shows that decide to do crime dramas and such, it unfortunately presents them in a very, like, unsophisticated social light, which is unfortunate.
Because, like, it is a sex thing, but there's more than just the sex thing.
There's more than just the sex thing, but I think the bigger issue is that they present us as, like, socially illiterate in scenario.
Which makes sense, because a lot of us are autistic.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like, you know, having a sex thing presented, like, for example, BDSM and shit like that, I'm gonna be real with you, is given a little more nuance and respect than furries.
Yeah. Let's be real, furries is just advanced BDSM.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of feeling like a fake furry. Look at the, hang on, look at the, hang on, where are they? There they are. Look at this fake furry up here, just...
Fake furry.
Fake furry. All they have is the cat ears and the tail. That's like,
yeah, they only have the tail plug.
20% furry right up here. Like 2% fat milk.
Yeah. It's just water at this point.
It was when autism was painted under a bad light, I think, or, well, still is. Autism is still very much still painted in a negative light. The problem is that there is the inherent issue that any autism that is presented in media is presented as either illiterate or savant syndrome. That's not fair. It's a really stupid minority thing, and it's the same sort of thing as when like, you know, earlier works when presenting like an Asian minority only presented them as, you know, study hard, no nonsense, always doing great at school and such. It was painting a picture of, like, something that is not wrong, but it's an oversimplification of what it is. The Good Doctor is not... No, The Good Doctor, unfortunately, is, like... It's doing this
terrible representation.
It's a terrible representation because of the fact that it's grabbing from a real-life example from South Korea. Like, there is a person in South Korea who is a surgeon with savant syndrome and mild case of autism. And it's really annoying because in this TV show, The Good Doctor, there was a character. I need to find his name. Because, like, hang on a second. Where is he? There was an actor who... Christian Clemenson. He played as Jerry Espenson in the TV series Boston Legal, which was, you know, legal drama with, like, you know, corporate lawyers and shit, and it was really raunchy nonsense. Like, there was so much shit that wouldn't fly because it had William Shatner and James Spader as, like, your, you know, leading protagonists and such. And you had Christian Dayton as... Hang on a second, let me get you an image of the man, just so then that way you have a little bit of context. Yes, I am derailing this because we're talking about the representation of like autism and spectrum on this series. So here you are. This here is like, hang on, dunk. So he was presented as like Jerry Espenson, a guy with they didn't say it when he was first presented, but in the show he had like Asperger's syndrome, and the way they had him characterized is that he had like his hands were always on his lap. He would pace. He got sort of stuck in his own head sometimes, and he was always and there were some truthful things to the representation. For example, that he was one of the harder working lawyers at Boston Legal, but he was always cast aside of like being able to get a partnership role and such because they just saw him as a little bit weird, despite the fact he was one of the better lawyers when it came to the financial like sphere and what have you, because of this very, articulate manner he could investigate it and such. And later on in the series, he has like an emotional breakdown and there's like a hostage situation and shit. Absolutely terrible. Like, don't look to his character in Boston Legal as a good example of Asperger's syndrome. And it's done, and like during my teenage years, that's the kind of character I had to look forward to as like representation of autism thing, which is unfortunate.
If I may spit,
you may.
If you want good autistic representation, you got to look for the ones that aren't specifically like said to be autistic.
Oh, like
House.
No, not House. Sorry. House is just an asshole. Like,
he's a very relatable asshole. I think he might be autistic.
Okay. You know what is an autistic one? And the reason, and like, I'm gonna say Community, but you're probably not gonna think of the right person. Because it's not Abed.
Childish Gambino?
No, well, maybe, but Dan Harmon is on the spectrum, and when he wrote Abed and, like, by extension, Troy Barnes, but more importantly, Jeff Winger, he wrote Jeff Winger as, like, an aspect of himself. I think the idea is that Jeff Winger was how he presented outwards and such, and that it was only in the more personal moments with Abed that it was more internal.
Yeah, I can see it.
So the thing is Jeff Winger, like, if you told a person, like, after showing them, like, season 1 of Community of, oh, hey, Jeff Winger, this would be an autistic person, I reckon a lot of people would try and counter it of, like, oh, but he doesn't, they would have to, like, try to deprogram themselves really quickly of, like, oh, but don't you mean Abed? Because Abed sounds autistic or something like that. It's like, no. That's not what the autism is for. The autism, like, for Jeff Winger and such like that, he's like, obviously low symptom and such, but the thing is that it's this, there's, like, tendencies in it.
Hold up, ad time.
Yeah, sorry. Worst time for a minute. I was grilled non-stop about my career and love, like, or lack thereof of it, so grading before politics bleed into the identity of that community. Yeah. So, but yeah, so hang on. Let me get some. Actually, let me close this and get.
Oh, I'll say additionally,
and get Opera GX running, because that's a better one for me to run with.
I'll be for real. All the main 6 are autistic in their different ways.
Yeah, because Dan Harmon, like, wrote many of them and such.
No, from My Little Pony, the main 6.
Oh, okay.
Twilight, autistic as shit. Rainbow Dash, so autism. Applejack, autistic.
Alrighty, so...
Pinkie Pie, autism, but, like, heavy on the ADHD.
Clemenson. So, hang on. So we got... Alright, give me a minute, because, like, while there's an advertisement running, I want to get, like, my sources, so to speak. Got
a battle axe called Bismuth.
Jerry Espenson, first appearance. Where? God damn it! No, where is it? Because, like, his first appearance was... Where are you?
I'm trying to think a good autistic rep, but I can't, like, think of it.
The honest answer is that, like, unless you're pointing to, like, a real-life character that isn't being put into the popular media, there isn't. It's either... Like, there's either autistic tendencies, or it's a real person. So...
The spectrum is very stretchable, my dear Zeus.
hence why it's a spectrum. Where? Because the thing is that like the first appearance of like Jerry Espenson is like, fuck. So Dink, grab that for a second. Dink. Boston Legal first appearance. All right, so legal deficit. So Jerry Espenson, legal deficits. This be? So that's not him. That's not it.
Before we do this, are we sure bloody Twitch won't get on our ass for this?
I'm way too small, and like while this may go into a VOD, it goes into like, you know, just a VOD channel that's like, damn it, I can't find it. But yeah, like there was this actor in particular, like this man, he did a better representation of someone on the spectrum than like in The Good Doctor than he did when he had to do a character with autism in Boston Legal. And it annoys me. It just annoys me so much that like the difference is like a good 20 years for that change. So, and it's still the same sort of thing where it's just like, oh, you have like, you know, Sean from The Good Doctor, where it's like, you know, almost like being a, because the thing is that like a lot of times they just want to have autists being seen as like a dick or something like that, socially speaking, when in actuality, like coming from my experience trying to socialize and such like that, it is more of an anxiety-inducing socialization, not a I am going to shut down and just be a dick to get the point across. It's like, no, there's gonna be way more empathy normally involved.
Speak for yourself. I love being a dick.
So, yeah.
Are you kidding me? It gets people so uncomfortable. It's great.
Avalanche of books when you entered. Right. Anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Thankfully, my roomies are furries too. Ah, nice. Hopefully your lunch went well. I'm Jason. I'm sorry I haven't like paid attention to the chat when I was like having this like derailment of like trying to find this poor representation of autism in two different shows with the same actor. Didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more capable of sweeping by itself, or rather, it will be. Oh, is she gonna animate it so it does like the same sort of thing as her Master Matoya did?
Yeah, she's gonna hit that bibbidi bobbidi boo on that motherfucker.
She's gonna Fantasia 2000 this.
Exactly.
Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found.
Bibbidi bobbidi boom.
Boom. So yeah.
Crazy how Ishtola is just blind now.
Well, she can, like, it's the same sort of thing as What's-a-Mahuzi from Star Trek Next Generation, is that while she may be conventionally blind, there's still the case of, you know, seeing the aether spectrum and shit.
Yeah, it's like psychic Toph.
Yeah. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps.
Oh shit.
In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit.
Hey, I'll be right back. Iggy has vanished, and that could mean anything.
Alrighty then, fair enough.
BRB.
BRB. Related to Daredevil? Well, the thing is that it's an entirely different vision. I would put it down to the vision that Neo gets in the third Matrix film. That's the equivalency, I would say, because he's seeing like the electricity and such, but it's not like the electromagnetic spectrum. He's actually seeing like the machine code, so to speak. So because like, you know, when he was in the fight, when he was blinded, he was able to take on Agent Smith because of like the virus was inside the dude's body and shit. Master Matoya, pardon the intrusion, but the soup is ready. I believe I follow a mental flowchart. I don't know how all are supposed to play out, and when that doesn't happen, I don't know how to function. It gets very messy. Yeah.
All is well.
Oh yeah, Kenshi's a good example as well. In Mortal Kombat, he's blind, but he can see the souls.
It's very much giving Top Beifong.
So yeah, I feel like Daredevil and Toph Beifong are like, those are more like I would say it's like for them it's not a case of their eyes are have a replaced vision, whereas with, you know, as it says with Kenshi and Neo, I feel like their eyes serve a different purpose now. Whereas with Toph and Daredevil, it's a case of the eyes don't serve a purpose. No.
Do you know canonically that Daredevil was splashed with the same ooze that transformed the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I don't believe you.
I'm being for real.
I do not believe you. I'm gonna need sauce.
I'm getting sauce.
Everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. Lol, she's blind and she says I see. I should have capped that. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Alphino, I thought you were following Ardbert.
Hey guys, I have news.
How's Iggy?
He's on my desk.
Oh. Hi, Iggy.
I can no longer use my mouse.
Lol. I was, though I'd say I'd lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Novaront in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. It seems news... Yep.
Show chat this. What you doing, bud?
Apparently I'm showing this. It almost looks like we have the same sort of keyboard manufacturer. Let Iggy cook. Look at this is Iggy. Look at it. Look at Iggy.
He's a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
He's my little baby. Oh, he's a little baby. Iggy, the chat's all over you. Do you want to say something to your adoring fans? You want to say something? He does not.
Thought not.
You little rat.
I wonder why. It seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple.
Alright, go. I want to play my video games.
It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become warriors of light themselves. You know, you could put like a bell on a necklace, right?
Come on.
Like, you can give him like a collar.
Oh, I've tried.
You've tried.
Friday, be so fine.
Yeah, no, Iggy says
then boom. Morning.
My day do be so fine. Thank you very much, Zeus. Alrighty. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. You know we have a pet channel, right?
I did not.
Yeah. Amazingly enough, my Discord is filled with all sorts of things. There's a general chatting, there's a clips and videos, so if there's a GrantZeebs related clip, then put it in like GrantZeebs highlight, I would prefer. We got a memes channel. Right now it gets filled a lot by Sir Dragon, but I need other tastes because Sir Dragon, sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. We got an arts.
That Zeus rating is quite accurate, I think.
Zeus, 72%. Cool. Alrighty. We're all agreed that this is just another Asian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think that this time is any different, especially when it is that of a fallen warrior of light.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is in all likelihood Slitherbow. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we are about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin-Eater to earn the locals' trusts. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one
Zeebs
may
is a
lurk...
cutie.
Hi there, Masonic. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the burrows of Woven Oath. Then this is where we will start our search. Ow! Master Matoya! Got knocked unconscious. Ridic.
It's just in my lap. I can only use one hand to play video games now.
A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. So yeah, we got video games. Oh, thank you, Sage. So yeah. But yeah, and then there's a channel for pets and animals. So if it's a pet, post it in there. If it's not your pet, but it's a pet you're allowed to take a photo of, you can post it in there. And if it's just random animals, like a bird, you can post it in there.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
I can't even say it because of spoilers. But they did another fucking Hitchhiker's reference.
I do not know what you are on about.
You don't know about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Oh, okay, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I thought you were talking about some other hitchhikers, or that we would have, or that there would be hitchhikers in Final Fantasy XIV to also have reference to. Watch as I don't use my mitigation while taking on a beetle.
What are you doing, Buster Brown?
Buster Brown. More cute than him, than why people follow me lately. I don't know. Who knows the machinations of chatters? I thought they would like it when I grew big and such like that, but so far there hasn't been too much growth that's happened since Meeps first did the gifted subs, and Meeps didn't know about the gifted subs doing this. Oh. Sash, why you take my enmity?
Oh my god, this coat makes me look like Hatsune Miku.
Oh, the blue-haired pigtail girl. The redeem is disabled too. Okay, the reason it's not disabled, it's just being used to the maximum amount in today's stream. So I probably need to like do a thingamadiggy of it being like, hey, like also available at 69 bits. So then that way, when you go to the redeems, you can see the alternative cost to be able to like either break through the countdown or the limit.
Need to limit break.
Yeah. Everyone knows the greatest limit breaker is money.
LB3, make the zebra bigger. What class is that, do you think?
Boobies! Oh no. Ooh, excuse me, throat.
Also, Iggy's foot is on the mic right now.
Check out my pecs, little man!
I am not hearing a thing from Iggy.
That's because it's just his foot. He's doing a big stretch.
And Zeebs is gonna die to the raid boss. I don't know when I'm gonna die to a raid boss. I have been fairly successful. Except for that one time you saw earlier in the stream, but no one clipped that because, you know, I was busy doing my best.
Here you go, Grant. Your sauce.
Man, if only there was this kind of clipping effort when I was doing something cool. Blue's just like, I'll go back to it. Jump. Bug. Cookie for Zeus. There's also a limit to how many times you can get the cookie redeem as well. No one's hit that yet though. No one has ever like hit the maximum cookie redeems, I believe. Or they haven't like, you know, complained to me about it. Ow.
The cookie should activate a belly morph IMO.
I have a belly morph, but it doesn't work well because my abs, like the thing is like textured in. So I can't have like smooth belly when I enable it.
Hey bud, why are you licking my shirt?
Did you have food?
I did not.
You sure?
I have streamed once, Zeus, but I'm looking to do more so soon.
Nice. Alrighty. Gunbreaker mode.
Gun bunker.
Gun bunker.
Gabunga. Gabunga bunga.
Oh yeah, Jason, say hi to our newest moderator,
If you're hoping
Sashara.
to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
Oh, I need to stretch my shoulders.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
Gabunga hunka bunga.
We were,
Gabunga.
and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer
Uranina Zach demands you drink.
Yeah, this is entirely new.
hydrating
Iggy has never
sounds good.
rested in my
We
lap.
think we can do more good here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Come. You know why you feel lazy, Sashara? It's because we had one extra day in February. It's
seems
thrown
I
everyone
lost
out
this
of whack.
particular race.
The last time we had an extra February, we had a pandemic.
Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced
That's
you.
Fartbert. We call him Fartbert
Ravana,
because he's
was it?
fake Ardbert.
Mm-hmm.
And also he smells like a fart.
Noted.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Why?
Arm giving you trouble? You should have it examined.
I thought you were supposed to be good at this. Oh, we're getting the crazy look.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
It had to do the fucking how do you do that effect where it like elongates the distance?
You that I needed to deceive.
I believe it's a dolly zoom.
Is it a low field of view or a high field of view?
Yes,
It's moving back while zooming in.
Elizabeth. Through your time in Emmet Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have
The
gained a better
Tittybus.
understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it...
Oh, Sage, we were talking about like as Cap mentioned, it was like sort of this thing where the feeling of the distance from like the tip of the nose to like the back of the face feels like it's a lot like longer than it is in real life.
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once,
Shut up,
I
titty
would have said
bus.
Your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do.
Did you just fart on me, you little shit?
I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final
Sounds
words.
like you need a better pet.
Remember
He's
that
a little bastard, but I love him.
Said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
He was like one of the last remains.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable.
Like La Habrea.
But I had thought you above
La Habiscuit.
La Habiscuit.
Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are.
I'm pretty sure it's only their true names that are Greek.
Yeah.
Like Hades.
You fail.
Wait, was Emmett Selk Hades? I thought Emmett Selk had a different name.
Nothing.
Emmett Selk's Hades.
Because I remember the raid was
like
Hades,
so
but I was so confused by that.
Again and again and again. And you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
He really thinks he's all that because he's the OG.
Yeah. So, put it in context, Zeus. This dude here...
There is no common ground to be found between you
he
and I.
existed at a time when the universe was one thing, rather than it being like 14 like fragmentations, including like the original universe in the center. And so, in an effort, and the reason why they don't like these universes is because things are not immortal, and the magic is all broken. There's no creation, and yada yada. So there's been a plot by those who remember the original universe to try and force the universe back into one thing.
His objective is the rejoining.
But in order to do, as it's called, the rejoining,
have no idea how
you basically have to like remove the universe that exists through like massive magic usage and have it blast into the source, and it's like it's basically going to kill like everyone.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light.
Which causes a calamity, much like the calamity that happened at the end of 1.0.
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little.
So yeah, because that one was not umbral, but
I would learn more of the
what
world
was that?
Once
It was the last, because it was the most recent calamity. It was like the 7th. Oh yeah, it is called an umbral calamity.
We would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
So, because yeah, the 7th umbral calamity brought the magic of darkness into the source universe.
I fear it will
so there's been 7 calamities that's gone in total, hitting the source.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored.
So,
given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Look, I'm gonna be real. It is about as that convoluted, but it's not as convoluted because it doesn't decide to bring in, like, you know, IPs like Toy Story and Hades and all these other kinds of things into this. So this one is like very more contained, I feel. For want of a better option. So yeah, because here's the thing is that this is the 5th expansion, and we've only now have entered into technically another universe. This one's called the First. It's very, very similar to ours in the source, and the time progression was like a different thing.
If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is
this is where we learn that, oh, like the original universe, like the 13 shards, and then the source, which gives us a total of 14 universes. 7 of them so far have basically fallen, and the way they fall is usually because of like a abundance of magic getting thrown around in the fragmented, like the shard of the universe, like in the shard, and because of that, the shard's world gets consumed by the Aether, and so this one we're in what's called the First. This one would have had been consumed in an Aether of light for light magic. So, and because of the interventions of Hydaelyn, the goddess that existed during the age of when the universe was one and such, there was, because of her intervention and utilizing some members from the Warrior of Light, they stopped the shard being absorbed in the Aether, because if the Aether, you know, if the Aether did that to the shard, then all the Aether from the extinguished universe slams into the original universe, which, or quote-unquote, the source, which is where we come from. We've experienced this 7 times. By the time of A Realm Reborn, we've had a calamity hit our source 7 times, and the idea was that each calamity brought on a new type of magic. So the first one was fire, then it went to ice, to wind, to earth, to water, and then we've gone to dark. I think was the I might
a second calamity hit Eorzea.
Sorry, lightning as well. So, all right, so fire. Okay, so it might have been fire, water, earth, lightning, ice. Hang on. I know this. So fire, water, earth, lightning, wind. Sorry, fire, earth, water, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and darkness. So we've had the 7 calamities, and each time the calamities come in, we got a new magic and such. We were about to get an 8th umbral calamity because of the events that were happening in the first, but that's been prevented. And this would have done like a huge amount of light aether into our universe. So yeah, it would have
meant that the calamity would have been started by Alexander then, because Alexander's a robot that uses holy magic.
I think the way it goes is like the Umbral Calamity can still be caused, like, because the calamity is caused by, like, you know, the great, like, would you bring me in so I can mansplain this? Yes, I can bring you in. Let's bring in the Final Fantasy expert, Sashera.
Right, so, because I googled this. The first, and they're all called Umbral Calamities. Because it's the moving of the magics. I believe in the first, I'm trying to remember the way that it goes. Because I know that darkness is stagnation. No, darkness is growth, and then light is stagnation. So they call them umbral calamities because it's the flow of the magic that causes the calamity that then causes the rejoining. The first one is wind. The second one is lightning. Third is fire. Fourth was the calamity of earth. Then ice, water. The seventh umbral calamity was each previous one calamity corresponded to one of the 6 elements. Scholars of the 6 astral era believe the worst was behind them. But then the seventh occurred, which was the falling of the moon, I believe, and Bahamut.
For those of you that weren't aware, Bahamut is a dragon god and was locked away by the Elysians in one of our moons. Hence why, when you look in the top left corner, that symbol, that's the moon crashing open and releasing Bahamut and destroying a city in Final Fantasy prior to A Realm Reborn.
Wait, what city did he destroy? I forgot.
And then, so in the seventh umbral calamity, it was unaspected, but astral in alignment and rejoined the seventh shard.
Okay, so there was no inclusion of the darkness with that one. It was just unaspected.
Because the darkness would have been the source or the shard of the 13th, but they fucked that up.
And we can't say that because that's spoilers.
Well, no, they do mention it previously.
Because these are technically the events that happened prior to A Realm Reborn and is sort of given context to us with the Coils of Bahamut raid, right?
Mm. They do mention that they had an attempt with the rejoining of the 13th. It's just that we get more details after Endwalker. But
okay.
The base flat of it is they tried to do a rejoining with the 13th and they done fucked it, and now we have the Void.
They totally fooked it up.
So you know where all the Void Walkers come from? All of the summoned things? Yeah, 13th.
Alphano has the right of it. Let us visit Ondo. We should speak with Tulsath first, as Oh wait, no, this is Y'shtola. You love Y'shtola.
Oh, you serious? I came in to do dungeons, man. I came to do dungeons.
Oh my god. I'm in the middle of streaming. This isn't a dungeon run where I'm trying to get some mounts. This is the story.
Yeah, and the story's about to be a dungeon.
The later you use Y'shtola's lines, the later we get to the dungeon.
Okay, well, I'm trying to make it so that I can see the screen properly. Here we go. We should speak with Tulsath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets.
See, was that so hard?
No, you're being dramatic. Wow, not even letting me get in the car.
I thought you were impatient. I thought you were already there or wherever.
Y'shtola is actually the second top waifu, the first one being Taru.
Moonbreda is the Rogadin.
Y'shtola would definitely be the most popular of waifus.
Actually, hold on, scratch that. It's Hildebrand. Hildebrand's the top waifu.
Oh, true. Okay, but I take your Hildebrand and I raise you Hildebrand's mother.
I take your Hildebrand's mother and raise you Papa Hildebrand.
Nope, can't raise me on that because she kicks his ass.
Oh, okay, we need to go all the way over here. So it wasn't even a driving around thing. I also need to find... Where's a bell? Because my...
Probably not where you are.
God damn it. Oh, it's nowhere in the, under thingy-madiggy. That's bullshit.
Nope.
It is also jokes. I do not fuck with the Taru in that way.
Nah. No, not for the potato people. The only potato I like is the vegetable.
We love Tataru, but we don't love her like that.
Yeah.
I have sent for no finless ones.
Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us? Mothers being more popular, what a surprise. Oh my god, it's as if we love our mothers.
It's as if we wanna fuck MILFs.
Ruins where which you kind have... Oh, god damn it. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there.
And what
Do you know how to
circumstances
swim?
is?
Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Bethos have pillaged our stores of Minri liver. They must be replenished with haste.
How about make me shush, Zeus?
The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it. Moida. Cookie for Jason. Moida. Revenge, they call it. When they prey upon their kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we have the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us. There is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt.
All must dedicate themselves to the cunt.
Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes.
One good turn and all that.
Hang on, I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Not to worry, I heard a dog. I thought you might say that. You'd never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the store as it is, then. We would be most grateful beyond words if you did. The Bentos have surely taken the livers back to Flounder's floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we?
Why do I feel like that Sahagin has a laugh like, who's that dude from Dexter's Lab? You know, the one that goes, ha 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 ha.
I don't know the one, sorry. Oh,
damn.
Okay, it's alright. Karis was just getting extra excited because she heard someone coming back through the garage and she's like, let me in! Let me in!
Nice.
She's so funny.
So, the lawn's all nice and cut?
I think so. I don't know, I haven't looked.
Didn't even bother to give it like a little perusal check just in case.
Yeah, I think I think Hrothgar need in the next update.
Hats.
I was gonna say ponytail, but hat also.
Okay, ponytail, sure, actually. Because the thing is like there's like a mod where the guy's just been going through like a majority of the stuff, and he's gone through like I think a Realm Reborn and like 90% of Heaven's Ward so far.
And he's just put hats on them.
Yeah, with visors working and everything. There's like a bit of modification done to them and such, but I think the fact that he was able to be like, oh yeah, and visor function works is like, holy shit.
Like, at the very least, I know that the team, you might want to go down. Oh no, this is the right area.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost perfectly in the hole.
Because obviously the team can't dedicate all of their resources to just one aspect to fix when they're trying to make an expansion.
Yeah, no.
As well.
That's.
But the fact that they at least add more hairstyles every time they put a patch out, I think, is at least a.
And what's more,
a reasonable effort.
And what's more is they are providing some headgear and shit like that. Like the Gunbreaker, for instance, giving us this eye thing and what have you. So, like they are obviously interested in doing like some of them. Sorry, I thought I'd kill these fish. observe as I do none of the... Why is it focused on you? This makes no sense.
Reasons.
Goddamn sages. Taking all the enmity.
I'm trying to remember.
The 5th of November.
I think there's a funny interaction somewhere in here. Maybe.
Bed-raggled boxes. Assorted vegetables. Livers, not vegetables.
Is there anything up here? Because I can't see the NPCs, but...
There's like 2 little caves. Give me a mo.
Jesus!
There's... Oh! Bulbous bags.
I think that might be the interaction that you need. I was looking for the other one. Oh, it's up here.
Livers. Too late. Yeah, you put me on the right path.
Never mind.
Let's start out with an and drink. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. Gasp. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tolsoth. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Suspense.
Spence.
Alright. Yunk. There we go. Jump. Alright, I need it.
I doubt that it's still up here because the progression, but...
Hi, Zarix. Invite to party.
We have a full party now.
Look like it.
Well. Also, we get to see what it's like with a Rothgar sitting in the car when I'm at, like, Vieira level. So small.
What?
Derek's, get in.
No boy.
Look. Oh my gosh. Alright, hang on. I need to go this way, perhaps.
Yeah, no, just from memory's sake, because obviously Reen's out looking as well. If you go into that other little cave, she's sitting there looking at the shoe bill.
Oh my god.
And she's like, I wonder where this guy came from. He's just been staring at me the whole time.
It's him.
You just sit there and you're like, why is it here? Why? Why?
Damn. Waiting in.
So we're all in agreement that it's Emmett Selk, right?
I still think it is.
Yeah. He lived. I live on, brother, through this bird.
I reckon the bird is similar to the cat from Alexander, where it's like some timey-wimey nonsense.
I'd pay it.
So.
Maybe.
Brother!
Hi there, Zarix.
Hey.
Look at us.
Damn it, now I can't stop thinking of Emmett Selk as Liquid Snake.
I mean, he's got the same, like, glare that Emmett has.
I'm sorry, when you say liquid, I just keep thinking of Revolver Ocelot as liquid. Because there's been so many silly memes where it's just like, liquid! Liquid!
Idolin, did you like my sunglasses?
I swear I know where I'm going. I just always doing regular adjustments.
Yeah, no, this map is very confusing.
And plus, ever since I've changed, like, my camera to, like, the legacy thing, I can't just, like, pick a direction to, like, hold, like, and then let go to let the camera do its thing. It just automatically just, like, decides to go back to center, and it's just like, god damn it. I want to, like, just not press any buttons and enjoy the fucking drive. But no, apparently I have to, like, do the proper, like, if I do, like, directional thingy where it's, like, if I run backwards, I need to be able to, like, run, like, at full tilt rather than, like, the backing off, like, motion.
You don't have to use the legacy controls. I just find that it's a lot more helpful. And there is a way to turn the camera flick back off.
I am relieved to see you unspeared. I am having such a deja vu moment, because I swear this sequence of events of you telling me about the camera and me giving this guy with his, like, I am relieved you haven't been speared. I feel like we've had this conversation before, and it annoys me so much.
Does that mean a Zem would be a Solid Snake, do you think? If Emmett Silk was liquid?
I don't know enough about the Metal Gear series to comment.
Our precious livers! I knew you would not fail. We almost found old matters of foodstuff from Calusia and the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Kolzoth, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators entered into the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ilmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea.
The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the behemoths to carry on as they are.
If I may, I believe the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benethos plans.
Oh, is that so?
He does say.
These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchling to thrive.
Well, we can hardly fault them for that.
Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finlish. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, you.
I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves?
Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward.
I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint.
Hey, Xerix, you want to try and do Orianja's fancy talk?
No, my tongue would tie up way too easily.
My turn.
Alright.
If what we seek lieth deeper still beyond Amurot, I would call upon the assistance of another.
Alright, let me get
complete thy quest.
Okay, but that's pretty damn close to Urianger's voice, and I'm digging it.
Yeah, that was spot on.
Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it, to pursue it, we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray, follow me to the Sullen. We might seek an audience with him once more. Look at my little gay-ass walk.
The real suburban mom kind of feels. I can't stop thinking of fucking Jokad's video explaining how, like, astrologians are, like, just the suburban moms.
Okay.
Goodbye.
What?
Hmm?
Oh, because it's over in the fucking Sullens, that's why.
Oh.
I'm an idiot. Well, at least I have the car.
Just silly.
This isn't fun. I hate this bit. I can't even say about it because it's spoilers.
Oh my god! Look what Sashera is doing in the car.
Who's shot now, bitch?
Look, she's like,
I'm within arm's reach.
Look at this chat. Look at it, just like leaning, like not even following proper seatbelt protocol, and it's just like, hey, I want to pick the radio. They're not in the passengers.
Put on over 96.9, you dog.
There we go.
Hey, I just remember that I promised a friend I was gonna go with,
yeah,
the Endwalker Deep Dungeon, so I'll get you guys later.
Alrighty then.
Oh, good.
Hang on a sec, let me just park.
Yep.
Yep, alright. Have a good time.
Yeah.
Later, Zach.
It's so silly seeing you just like leaning in the car, just like, I want to pick the radio station.
Also, I like how Zarek's just jumped out of the car.
Are we there
while
yet?
it was flying.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Just like absolutely turn around.
Are we there yet?
Vegeta! Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Ah!
Virginia, hanging out with little boys in spandex, I see.
Eh?
I love you, vagina, but you can't be doing that. Come on.
Cookie for Wild Saber. There we go.
Is this a voice cutscene, or do I get to do my chops?
I think this one's voiced.
No, it's not.
From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I shall proceed on foot.
'Cause I'm just Ken. Anywhere else I'd be a 10. Sorry. I absolutely love that.
Do I gotta do Alpha now as well?
No, I'll do Alpha no.
You've perfected
Sorry.
your technique then.
I'll do Alpha no. You can do like Alizé maybe.
Just so, the water will be glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely.
Oh, I certainly shall.
Forgive me, but would it not be easier to just perfect your swimming technique?
Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned. Truly.
Yeah. Everyone else is like, this is impractical. Why don't you just learn how to swim? He's like, because I don't want to.
Yeah. Honestly, Nishola just has this fucking, like, your mood, I feel. This is you posing with Dazzy anytime. It's just like...
Yep.
It's just you want to do Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do Ryan or should I?
I can do Ryan. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant.
So yeah, because apparently Sashera says the name correctly.
Very well. With this magic, I shall become Jesus Christ.
He's done it!
Incredible!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
I'm expecting him to fall.
I am now Jesus.
I'm expecting him to fall at some point. Like... Yep, here.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I have a headache.
For the love of... Wow. The astrologian has to be saved by a dude who has corrupted ether. Can't do shit in this magical world.
Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine, 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with Foi, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met success, albeit a single occasion. I got my cards wet. I can't believe this shit.
Oh no. Mars looks depressed.
I know not why I cannot write it. My shit got exodied.
I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Perhaps you're simply... tired?
I have never known sleep, and I never will need sleep.
Pancreas?
It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Oh wow, if only we had like a thing to, you know, fly across.
Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree.
The motor vehicle.
Boat.
Oh.
Looks at boat. It's legit my thing. It's just like, oh yes, no, we have this wonderful little invention. Looks at boat.
It's just like, oh, I don't know what to play. Oh man, Dazzy, it's as if there's more to do in Final Fantasy. I swear there's something.
Anything.
Anything.
Even.
Alrighty then. But yeah, that's cool, Sage, that you're able to go swimming 3 times a week for exercise. There is not a pool near me. I do not get to have the pool treatment.
I used to have a pool, but then I had to move out twice.
Ugh.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, it's you, it's Oriange.
Yeah, I was checking the chat. Goddamn. I will petition.
You need another screen, and then you just have like one full screen for the Discord, and then half a screen for one like feed, and then half a screen for another feed.
Oh, hold on, I'll deal with that later. I will petition the Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more than effective my experimental magics. Hello, giant sea turtle from Avatar. Will you please teach me energy bending so I can defeat the Fire Lord?
You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide.
Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, Serene One.
Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below.
Bad news, team. He's got crabs.
Oh no.
With all haste it shall be done.
Barnacles. So, did he agree?
Oh shit, that was my line. Aye. Though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant.
Grant.
Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his belly of crabs. Alas, one needs the power to dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power of Jesus Christ, it would avail me naught. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that... Grant and I are more than capable of that.
Huh? Why do I get thrown into this?
With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done in moments. And better than that, standing here and listening to this bullshit. I'll take the right, you take the left. Get on with it!
Yes, Alize.
Yes, Alize.
I love doing this.
I'm just like, I didn't want to go swimming, thank you.
Here we go.
Happy birthday, Oriange. I can't swim.
Alright, this was...
Like, it always, amazes me, I guess is the word I'm looking for, that they can create relatable characters with just in-depth emotion when they've got very limited access to animation expressions and all that sort of thing.
And then they like experiment with it during the Hildebrand quests.
Mm-hmm.
So I've actually gone through a few of those. I've gone through the... A Realm Reborn was long, but then I was able to get through Heaven's Ward like a lot quicker, and I think I've got only Stormblood to go through next, and then after that it's Endwalker when we're available to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so that's all the barnacles. Doggo. I absolutely love Shibas.
Shub.
They are probably my favorite appearance dog. Second to maybe Newfoundlands.
You like a Newfie?
I love Newfoundlands. I have done like I've done obedience training with like one or two of them when we had them, and oh, they're just so sweet.
Go suck a lemon.
Cap.
Yeah. Oh, right. My bad. I was looking at Newfoundland dogs.
Aw.
Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that he may depart without further delay.
But yeah, the Newfoundlands are so sweet, because they start as like little dogs, like proper Chihuahua size when they're babes and such, and then at a year they're like Saint Bernard scale. So it's so sweet, and they're such sooks. Much better. Thank you, little neighbor. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. I think it was...
He also jerked me off a little bit.
It was very much us that did this favor for him, I feel like.
Nope.
After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stood, but he was not afraid. No. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water and helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs. Together we fly, and I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me.
If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach the language of man.
Thank you, little friend. But it is time I grant you your request.
Grant.
But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris.
Does anyone else hear Super Kami Guru when he talks?
I have no idea who that is, so...
Are you talking
No.
Oh, it's just like, I now
it's
present
me,
this gift to...
Prismark.
Chan. Hang on a second, let me see if I can find the... It's this, you said Super Kami, right?
Super Kami Guru.
So hang on a second, let me see if I can... The best is...
Hey Sash, you trying to do a dungeon?
Eh?
You're talking about something like this.
What the?
Alrighty. So, this island was named for a man. Cookie for Engrel. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, and yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand around making vey and blah blah blah? Let's keep moving. We'll try and get through this patch. While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shores of Calusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed there was, but hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest of you anon. Writing a second story of the fantasy base, based on Moonlight, Wolfkin, think of the Worgen from WoW. Pure only for her to be on the run and being hunted by everyone around her because of mythical treasures that could save or enslave the world. Interesting. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite for Urianger and Thancred in particular? Momentary lapse in concentration, worry not on my account. Green. Green! Wonder how far away I am from getting through this MSQ. Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Does that shoe in for this?
What, the dungeon?
Yeah, the dungeon.
Leave the old man in
As
your
if I
care.
wouldn't be.
Excellent. But we gotta get out of Grant's party because he's too baby for it.
What do you mean I'm too baby for? Oh, because it's an Endwalker dungeon.
Yeah.
But Grant's about to do dungeon.
Oh, he's about to do dungeon?
Yeah. If we're at the right design, at the right point of the story.
Bismarck's about to dive down to the ruins.
I forgot that was the dungeon. Alright, let's do that dungeon.
So much for the lawn being finished. Alright, then, we'll have a seat. We might... God, those fucking slutty heels.
It's so cool.
To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. But by the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belittles thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view.
In a foggy, overcast fucking weather situation. Sorry, that's funny.
So great. I'm guessing it wasn't meant to be foggy there?
No, it's just foggy in the world at the moment, and so that happens to be where the cutscene is.
Idiots. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! Nightshade! We was attacked on the road! I suppose you might have predicted this.
Oh, you and Thancred are matching. That's cute.
You are here under Matris. What do you on about? Explain yourself. What the fuck is Matris? Free? Oh, I don't know about free, mate. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Ah, yes.
Oh, yes.
Alrighty, so we're currently at a whale tail. Yeah, so... Yonk. I'm gonna see how we do with like, a paladin. Oh, we have to... It wants a, God damn it. It wants me to hand in the quest here. Hey, it's Thaler. I don't know if that's how I actually say their name, but it looks like Tyler, but they. So instead of Ty, it's they.
I'm trying to think if I have
Wouldn't it
enough
be
time to
Taylor,
make
then?
myself a
Like-
quick lunch before we do this dungeon. I'm trying to think of the time frame.
These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. So, cause yeah, hang on. So once we finish a Whale of a Tale, then the next mission is beneath the surface, which will most likely be the dungeon, and then Echoes of a Fallen Star, which is like the hand-in quest. And I might keep that as my pace of like, oh, because I went through, because I, you know, did like an entire patch this week, then I'll take that as like a conclusion. Because I don't think I'm gonna be able to like run through a Reflections in Crystal like as quicker than I did just like through all this. So, because yeah, we've hit like 5.5 hours. So.
Look at us go.
I know. Crazy. So we got 1, 2, 3. 3 and a bit. We have three and a bit more patch contents to do once we get Echoes of a Fallen Star done. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived the poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Well, I believe I can even recognize your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message from the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The gods don't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are a few so devoted to their duties in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more, like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Also, Blue, check out how tall I am. Look how tall I am. 6.6 meters now. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, sir. I'm with the Guard. But I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. I did not do... Also, there's a global cooldown, by the by. Sorry, Blue. You read it as 6.666. Alright, so I probably need to adjust the message to then just use, like, meters in full words, so then that way the exclamation point doesn't throw people off. What we really like to do is travel, to better ourselves and go where need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? And for now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that'll what we'll do. I'm not 668 milliliters. Stop saying that, Blue.
I could fit you into a Coke bottle.
Actually, you can't. Coke bottles are 660. I'd overfill. Well, well. Future heroes of the first, do you think? They want not for spirit, but 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Good choice of words, considering it's overcast right now, Urianger. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus' schemes to light. Determination, I think, is the one I want. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think it matters, like, at this point. Is meters METERS?
RES.
Thank you.
At least when you're in Australia, it is.
Alright, I'm just quickly, Alright, so that's the saving thingamajiggy. Don't, and then... I'm just going through, like, all my different, things. So... don't... Because, like, it's a short, like, you know, correction in the spelling and what have you, and I might as well get that done while I am here looking at it. Alright, so that one is subs, and gift bombs. Alright, cool. Cool. Next mission with Urianger is Beneath the Surface. Though our respite was cut short... Oh, sorry. You go ahead. Sorry, I got excited.
Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of knowledge as the runes may.
Aye. And I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus' machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Alright. Yep, cool. Car. Speak with Urianger at the split. Oh, god fucking damn it. Once again, it's a teleportation thing. What's gonna happen when I teleport and you're in the sky?
Sorry.
Throws me to a near Aetheryte radio. Okay. Just absolutely cutting corners. And also, chat can barely see me right now because of how big I've gotten. Like... Oh, I probably need a space with that meters, don't I? Oh, I overshot it.
Oh shit, she's getting bigger now.
I've been this size for a little bit now. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming.
Damn it, I was gonna do that.
Is it voiced?
No.
'Tis time. Pray make ready.
Anamnesis, and he's there.
Wait, did I? Hang on, sorry. I just need to double. No, not that. I actually need to like double check. Did I do something correct? Okay, yeah, I am setting the global. Okay, I am updating the global variable. I was worried for a second that I was doing all these increases, but like if someone tried to do it the normal way, then it wouldn't. But I'm glad to see that's not what's happened here. All right, cool. White space, save and compile. All right. Entrance. Enter with a party of other players. Clear. So I need to be level 80, which I currently am as the Gunbreaker. All right.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh.
Oh.
Someone wanted to take on heavy content and yet was not at level for it. How could that
No,
be?
I'm a level 80 tank.
Oh, okay. No, we can't have tank. I'm tank. And I hate to break it to you, but the only other like job role I have is the blue mage at level 12.
Damn. Looks like I'm sitting out this one.
You don't have anything other than the tanks?
This isn't my main.
Aww.
Big Sag.
Big Sag.
Big Sag.
Alrighty then, fine. Let me... Sorry to see you go.
No worries. I gotta do.
I was gonna say, if you wanted to do it with NPCs, you're welcome to do so, Grant. Like,
no.
I don't remember if it was you who was doing that at one point or someone else. But...
Someone else was doing it. I have not done it with the NPCs. And look at that. It's like almost instantaneous.
Funny that. Except that oh god, I am not good with Sage. I barely play this class.
Alrighty then. Anamnesis.
Oh my god. We have 2 bards in here.
Is it gonna be a problem?
No. Just one of them's dressed very bard.
One looks like from a fucking like Monster Hunter sesh. Do you think you can tell which one I think is from Monster Hunter?
Yeah, I can tell. Fun fact, they're actually dressed like one of the bosses from Crystal Tower.
So I don't need to worry about positionals. I can just be like, oh yeah, let me just grab from here and do my AoEs when they happen.
Just make sure you get your tank stance on.
Oh, sorry. Because this character is technically above, like, level 80, and then, so when it has to get synced down to 80, it's like, oh, your thingamajiggy is switched off.
I think after this dungeon, I'm gonna head off and start playing on my main.
Fair enough, fair enough. Is your main, like, in another data center entirely?
Yeah, it's in Leviathan.
Isn't that an NA server?
Yeah.
Why don't you just visit?
Good question.
Good question.
Because I'm an idiot.
So yeah, I have once, like, I love the data center travel, like, as a thing. I've done that to, like, just prank someone of, like, just... Okay, maybe it's not pranking, but I stalked them. They were
It's
streaming,
a bit more than a prank.
They were playing Final Fantasy XIV, and they had just started A Realm Reborn, but they were, like, level 30 or something, but they had all these, like... But they hadn't even done the whole, like, you know, round Eorzea tour or what have you, and it was just, like, they were trying to get through more of the Arcanist so they can get to the job quest sooner. I was like, like, so much time wasted. Like, because I remember so many people, I had one person, complain to me that the issue with Final Fantasy XIV is that the pacing is not great for if you're trying to just go through the main storyline. Like, you're always going to be levels behind or something. but I'm gonna be honest. In my experience in this game, I had never felt behind level for for main story quest line. The only times I've been delayed is because I had to do the Crystarium, or I had to do my job role quest in Shadowbringers.
There's reasons I have been, and that's because I need to get increased item level, but that's all the delays I've ever had.
So yeah, so when they were like, oh yeah, like, just can't get through a Realm Reborn because you're like levels behind, I'm like, never happened to me. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. And I don't even think I was doing that much grinding on the game either, because like I would probably do
That
like
should not happen, period. So I don't know what they were doing, but they were doing something wrong.
Maybe it's because they're doing what the person I just mentioned did, which was like, oh, rather than like going through the MSQ and the role quest like even Stevens sort of thing, they were trying to get one done or the other.
Even then, if you're going through MSQ, you shouldn't ever be behind. Like, the role quest doesn't add that much. You lose out on abilities, but...
I think the issue is that if you only do the role quests themselves don't give you enough levels to like... Because the role quests come up every like second or third level, and doing a role quest does like we're talking like before you get your job stone as well. They don't level you up. Like one quest doesn't give you a level or anything like that. I should probably not make Sashera angry by forgetting my mitigations.
No, you're fine.
Although, when we get to Dawn Trail, I'm probably going to go back to Warrior. I love my Unga Bunga. It's like my... Because I've actually tried using Paladin unsynced. It does not have the same feel as my Warrior in terms of, like, just head empty, do the hits and such. Although, to be fair, I'm not engaging with the other half of the Warrior, which is the... like, the health regen abilities.
You're not?
Like, because on the Warrior, they have the thing of like, oh, if you've got like split-second decision or something or other run, and you press this ability, then it increases the, like, you know, the damage prevention by like 2% or something of your health, and da-da-da.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally just hit Bloodwetting and get all my health back.
I don't know what Bloodwetting is. I'm gonna have to double check. Basically, all I'm doing is... I'm doing the thing where it makes me enraged, so I get 3 free hits with the Fell Cleave. And,
in a rage.
Yeah, and then I do the thing that gives you like 50% of your warrior gauge or something.
That would be Infuriate.
So yeah, and then I do the Infuriate twice. After that, I then just do my 1, 2, 3 combos to get the thing up to 100 again, and then hopefully for the thing to... Holy shit!
See, the combo gets different when you hit like 80 and 90 and that. Because you hit Infuriate, then you hit one of your, you know, Fell Cleaves or Decimates.
Yeah,
and then so you can also, once you hit the Infuriate, they can change.
It changes
Chaotic
into...
Cyclone.
Yeah, it changes into like a bigger thing. Yeah, but that's why I normally do the Berserker for the 3 free, you know, warrior off cooldown and things.
Go suck a lemon.
Go suck a lemon. Oh my god, why is there 2 unknowns?
Got killed. Fuck.
Why is there 2
I gotta hop off so I can just lock the fuck in.
Alrighty.
Alright, catch you all.
Catches.
I'll be back once I've done this dungeon and brought my main into.
All
No,
right.
I'll stay. Whatever. I can lock in. Whatever.
I can lock in. Nebula. Okay, hopefully. Oh my god. Sorry, Sash.
Oh wow, whoop. That is a good nipple shot right there.
It's because I get hyper himboed and macroed so much in the stream because of the 5 gift subs. How is this thing still? Oh, there was two of them. That's why. Go. Oh, what happened to him?
He died.
Yay!
I do not know what a lot of my skills do. I have a general idea based on how they're laid out, but that's it.
All right, let me see how you do with a pull then. One moment, please. Let's see how you do. Oh my god, is this gonna be a bad pull because there's like 6 different things there? Oh wait, many of them are dead anyway. All right, cool. God, my AoE is shit. The POV is literally just me. It is not my fault. I will get my shirt back, don't you worry. Hey, we survived. Oh, but they hate your job for it. You do your job so well that everyone will hate you for it. Literally, everyone. Get out of the way of that.
Hi, bud. What are you doing?
Oh, you know, just dungeoning.
You're not my bud. You're my boy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Once again, everyone but me is getting the hits. Why? Stop doing your job better than I'm doing mine.
What are you doing, Eeks? What are you doing?
Are they going to... Oop, there you go. It's because these are... Oh, they're... God damn it, they're AoE sort of... Wait, do bards have AoEs?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't too sure if they did or didn't. Oh, a Cyclops. And it's literally named Cyclops. What do you know?
I'm not explaining the mechanics, by the way.
What do you mean you're not explaining the mechanics?
I'm not explaining the mechanics.
You just want me to, like, try and figure this out as I go along?
Yeah.
Yes.
How?
Especially since I just died, so it's fine.
What do you mean you just died?
I mean, I just died. I fucked up.
Sounds like you need to be explaining the mechanics.
Yeah, do you mind, like, maybe not playing it close to the chest like you are?
Bud.
I have a Cyclops. Nothing.
Hey. Okay, what's the deal? I think my cat needs to be studied.
You know what you need? You need something else to occupy your cat, like a dog or a ferret. Something that isn't a cat as well.
A laser
The thing is, technically he's not even supposed to be allowed here.
What do you mean he's not supposed to be allowed here?
He's not exactly, cats aren't exactly kosher on the rent list.
Oh. No, okay, I thought you meant, like, he's not allowed in Australia full stop kind of thing, like how monkeys are illegal, or that you can't have weed in Queensland.
Oh yeah, no, he's an illegal alien.
So, because over in Queensland, for instance, they've recently updated the laws where unless they give you, like, a valid reason, like allergens or something like that, they can't deny you having a dog. Or, sorry, a pet.
Which is how it should be, let's be fucking honest.
Yeah. So. Alrighty, so are you going to explain to me the mechanics, or am I just going to have to watch you die again?
Watching me die is way more fun.
Alright, so he's doing something with the final verse. Eye of the Cyclops? Okay. Okay, so we don't want
the eye of
hammers.
the Cyclops.
Oh wait, no, he's terrible. So he's channeling another Aether into the core. Okay, so the Mina swing. And then... Oh, goddammit. Okay, so it is the order of, like, however he decides to, like, summon it over behind you. Once again, with the final verse. Well, this one's going better than the last one. Clicking and slaying.
Yeah, he's one of those funny little bosses where he's like, if you don't know what the name of my spell is, you're not going to know until the last second what I'm going to do, so get used to it.
I'm gonna BRB real quick.
Yep, not to worry.
Go suck a lemon.
You go deal with your cat. You go suck a lemon, furry cures. Yeah. Does Perth have the thingy-majiggy for like, oh, you can have the, you can have whatever pet you want?
Not really, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, I was hoping to kill him before the recharge went off.
Oh my god, how do you not take any healing from me?
Damage. Just a lot of damage, because I'm dumb.
I feel like the problem I have with Sage is I feel like there's combinations of skills that are supposed to go together and I don't know what they are. Like some of my more effective healing as a scholar is a combination of 3 abilities.
No, they're invulnerable to stun, annoyingly enough.
Close, but not quite.
Yeah.
I am so glad that these bards are killing things quickly because I am.
Yeah, I'm not having the. Like, I got lost in the sauce of, like, trying to find my mouse and such because I'm still using my mouse to click to some of this stuff rather than, like, redoing the hotbars to be like, oh, if it goes past, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then start using these instead or something. I've not done that.
Yeah, no, I have a clicking bar as well, so it's fine. It's whatever's easier. I also made my cursor bigger, mind you.
No, that's probably actually a good idea.
It is a thing you can do in the settings.
Where in the settings?
Yes.
Alright, someone in the chat tell me how do I make my mouse bigger? I wanna make this clicker bigger. Oh hey, it's another turtle. Is this the
Not
queen
quite.
fish? Yeah, that looks like the queen with the bra. An ugly bra. System setup. Default UI size. No. No, I can't find it. Alright, never mind. Here we go.
Sorry about that.
Not to worry.
Next chance you get, take a look at your DMs.
Will do. Hopefully I'll be able to survive this on the first go.
Oh boy.
Do you know what we're doing?
Apparently no one remembers Sistasha.
The what?
Sistasha.
Oh. I'm staying alive. Staying alive. I'm alive. Thank you, Sash. Oh god, how do we...
The pods are all stacking on me because I have no idea what's going on. Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Not good, not good, not good, not good, no good, no good, no good. Ah! No good.
Why did you pick the sage?
Because it's funny. What's that? I gotta learn sometime, right?
Yeah, I guess you gotta learn sometime.
Oh, I fucked that up.
Oh, I fucked that up too.
Very nice. I might fuck around and do an art stream later. I haven't, like, drawn in a hot bit.
Oh, that'd be cool. Woo!
Easy clap.
Yay! Fun fact, you can do CPR to many songs other than Staying Alive. For example, Killer Queen. I think there was like a TikTok that just demonstrated like,
Not
oh,
Killer Queen.
Jeez,
It's Another One Bites the Dust.
Ah, okay. I love how you're just like GG's. I thought that was a Z for a second there for GGE's. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh, and they both left? I wasn't able to commemorate any of them. Hey, I got 2 commemorations though from them. That was nice.
What? I hate being a healer, by the way.
Are you okay, Sash?
Structure must have
Are
served.
you
Every time I come through with clutch heals, nah, Tank gets it.
Thank you.
It's fine. It's a long-standing thing that I'm just sitting here like, I helped. I healed. I
like-
revived people.
much
but
like
no, give the tank the commendations.
Much like the gender pay gap recently displayed in Australia with their
Yes!
report, there is a commendation gap between roles.
with healers getting less of them. Thank you. Anyway, I'm gonna be listening to cutscene. I'm gonna go make some lunch.
Alrighty then.
I too noted the crystal's
Alright,
repository.
I'll still do dubbing because I like using my voice.
Yep, fair enough. We are just going through the cutscene right now, and once this is done, there should be one more mission for me, which will finish up the patch.
Ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Did I activate something? No, it's just a random... whatever Ascians these are. Thank you all for joining us at Andir in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiac have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vanette? Where you lead, we will follow.
Can I voice Vanette?
Alright. You gotta be quick.
I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too only seek to secure the future of our state. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a perfect solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to prove something or other? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever keep the darkness in check.
So yeah, I got rid of the auto-scrolling thing, because even though these are all voice, it was like that section, it's like you had to read it.
Oh wait, was Vanette being oh yeah, because they're Ascians and they don't have voices.
They don't exactly explicitly have voices, and so there was just this odd thing of like, oh, everything is voiced except for the Ascians themselves. You have to read the subtitles. Which, granted, you can read faster than you can speak in some cases, but dictation doesn't work too well in that scenario.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes.
Yeah, keep that name in your back pocket, by the way.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiac's advent wrought upon mankind.
Vanette.
Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained. And to that end, they call forth...
I will not go into further detail.
...as his shackles.
I would appreciate that. Even just being like, oh, remember this name and shit like that
to whom they looked for leadership.
You know, a bit too much.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters.
Go suck a lemon.
The
You go
presence
suck
of
a lemon,
such
furry
intimate
cures.
records attest to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
Mm-mm.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Ooh. Ah. Vena, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place.
You know well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who would place their faith in Zodiac. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart.
Okay.
Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I shall take shall forever remain my choice.
Then I will press you no more. Only know this. You will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiac's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady. Oh wait, this is you. This is Urianger.
If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow that doth it doth so no longer. May betoken the depletion of some essential energy within.
Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all.
That may be, but if we can get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than answers. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet it came to the... Yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be, even the sundering came to pass.
Mm-hmm.
This calleth to mind a truth that Emmet Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not the names given to Ashians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office afforded to individuals of merit, such as at such time as the role became vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac's heart and the emissary with whom we know be not one and the same, yet predecessor and successor.
Good assessment. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here. I can feel it. You again.
In matters of etherology, I know none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou shalt certainly find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged,
We shall attend to matters on the surface. It's good, because I hate being underwater. I cannot swim.
Yeah, amazingly enough, the man that we would most reliantly need underwater cannot swim. It is absolutely fucking tragic. You may now enter the Amina Ses Enda with a party of NPC. Oh, it's just talking about the duty thing.
Duty.
Duty. Dirty duty.
Hey, Beaveth.
Echoes of a fallen star. You again.
Can we but uncover Elizabeth's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Ishtola must need be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. Oh, shit. That was fucking Alphino.
He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Sorry about that, I was distracted.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem.
Oh.
The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
Everyone wants to have their own little adventure, instead of keeping to the Crystarium.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
Thank you, a shitty bus. You cunt.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness!
Warrior fought in darkness, isn't it?
You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
That is true, but there was also
true.
a standing force in like nearly all the places I went to.
People, chocobos, you name it. Their heart's in the right place, you gotta admit.
It is in the right place, but it's one of those things
and we're
where
trying to do the same.
We were because of the situation of our world, we were allotted having this kind of a forethought. But for them,
if we follow
they're not in the same world as we are.
I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day, even warriors of light.
Because in this scenario, there is not an abundance of population. There isn't a case of like, you know, because like the thing is they need their warrior of light, but at the same time they also need their guards and everything. There is no
only
like
one warrior of light, you son of a bitch, and it's one per universe. Take it.
Yeah. So that's the issue, is that the cost of life is too high to risk a leave of the guard.
They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
The issue is that they're making it sound like as if the only problems are the ones that the Warrior of Light can solve, which is not the case. Like, it's they're abandoning one duty for another, which cannot work. The duties are not fulfilled. Oh, the fuck is going on there? That makes no sense.
It's the Fortnite storm.
What's happening to the sky?
Oh, that is... Excuse me?
What?
The fuck is going on there?
Wicked White. Oh no.
I think that's a little more than a cumulonimbus. I think that's a fucking, like, astrology event.
By the 12.
Like, meteors and things.
A star shower.
That. I was gonna go with meteor shower, but sure, let's go with a star shower.
I hear a voice.
Oh.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Oh.
Hear, feel, think?
Hear, feel, think?
Me too.
This...
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light.
Cunning bastard.
You're back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
Yeah, he's definitely doing his thing.
I'm a warrior of light.
Yeah. He's really selling it.
Hmm.
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Yeah. Because here's the problem, is like... The Echo is very much important to the Warrior of Light and is why we have the power greater than most other beings on our source.
The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay.
Yes.
I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls.
Is he talking about the Echo?
That which you and yours call the Echo.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
So that is Zodiark.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
You figured it out.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
That was one hell of a lore dump, huh?
Just quite a bit, yes. Goodness gracious.
Gets even worse when you're left to sit with it.
For 4 months.
Hang on.
What'd it do, homeboy?
Oh yeah, this is you, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Alright, hang on a second. Send friend request. Name or say to the client if you do not receive a response to a friend. Oh, so it's saved to the client. So when I did the world transfer, oh, I was on a different PC, hence why the names disappeared. More Edilibus reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain.
Screen went black as I started dancing.
Yeah. Started giving you a river fire dance. Is that it? He is gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure. But as any are deaf to their thingy. Young Valar and Vonard among them, I am sorry to say, they have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect. Cookie for Burn Sonic. I am sorry, Burn Sonic. I am really big right now. I'm like 6 meters.
And he could get bigger with your help.
I can get bigger. That is honestly true. Not after having been blessed with the Echo. And it's not as if they have shown the requisite spirit. Quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in those footsteps, they would follow our heroes in truth, warriors of light, Arbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Admiral Merlin took the time to usher you out into the wilder world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thalard and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtlessly be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them off. And of course it has rings. If thou art willing...
If thou art willing,
oh, yeah,
I prithee go. Thou mayest leave us safely. Thou mayest safely
leave.
Did it transpire at Amnesis
to us.
Mm-hmm. Hi there, Arya. I'm really big now. I'm like 6 meters tall. Alrighty.
And he can be bigger with your help.
It's getting to the end of the stream, so it's not going to be bigger with your help anytime soon. So I need to get to the Amaro launch and such, because I'm close to the end of this. So the Amaro launch, because I'll get through this patch, which is 5.2, and then I'll probably end the stream and what have you. So Vela. Also, this is my warrior, Cap. You again? I mean, it's you, sir. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear, we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see it if we aren't. Wonder and danger awaits you in equal measure, but turn not from either. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. Well, at the very least, they're going off together rather than it being like one random party member trying to find like 3 other mates. So hopefully that should be good. And then we need to go speak with the Crystal Exarch. Oh, we like almost did that in perfect sync.
On my screen, it was synced.
Yeah.
I'll wait out here because the instant.
Yep. Enter the Ocular. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Animus Ida do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenues of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plans compel him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright then, I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course! We are presently studying the principles in underpinning memory transference. and, I believe, nearing the requisite levels of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with a vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may seem some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found.
Although...
Yep, you go.
Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the execution. Serve to
Oh, sorry. I thought you got to the end. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. I'm sorry about that, Cap.
Nah, that's cool.
And perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. Alright, so we're not going back to the source from the looks of it. We're heading back to, we're just heading to, like, our little lodging. Yeah, we're just heading to our little lodging. Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Damn, that looks cool, Arya.
Alright, let me see the fit. Let me see the fit.
It's like a wedding dress or something.
The fit do kind of go crazy.
The fit do go crazy. Look.
Also, this is kind of like a milk fest now.
What?
Like a reverse sausage fest.
Oh.
I mean, you'd say that. I'm pretty sure Arya's male bureau.
Are we sure?
One moment.
I'm 90%.
Oh yeah, flat chest. I've been duped.
I was looking at the Twitch chat, being like, huh, I wonder if Arya has used the Twitch pronouns setting. So, because hang on a second, because I had to learn that it's a different thingy-majiggy. So, where is it? Here it is. So I was wondering how some people have different feeds where it's like, oh, it presents the pronouns and what have you, and it's just simply a plugin in on Chrome, and then it's this here, where you just set the pronouns there. So then that way, even if you don't have the extension, you at least present it to those who do have it.
Mm.
So, I am. All right, cool. I am now going to go. I am heading to the Pendants. I am going to go for a nap. It is time for my nap. Where's
Also,
yeah?
Sash, what do you think of my girl?
Funky.
Oh god. Ah, my keybinds. I don't have my strafe set to A and D. Disgusting. It's gross. It's weird.
Woo! We've now finished patch 5.2.
No, you haven't. There's cutscenes.
What? Oh, there is. Okay. Is it like... I swear to Christ, if we see Ardbert, like, proper Ardbert, I am going to be, like, losing my mind. Like, why the fuck? I need a better glamour for these patches. I can't just forever be generic Gunbreaker.
Non-bunker.
Oh, he's not there. I was hoping for just a little bit that he would be there.
Oh yeah, this was the patch everyone's like, oh my god, look, custom drinking animation.
Yeah. How custom is this? I'm gonna be real. It is different to the tea. I would like the beer emote.
That's just hot water.
Master Zeebs, it's Glenard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for coming so late. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, how are ya?
A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember him from that business with the cardinal virtues. Oh, what's Mahoozy? Hey, it's your boy. I forgot his name.
So fun fact, if you've done all of the class quests before doing this, you get to choose who rocks up.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, it's so this is Grasson. Grandson. He was like the mentor, so to speak, of the tank class because his wife, I want to say, yeah, I think it was his wife. She was killed by the Cardinal Sin, who was like basically the paladin. And it seemed to be because of the restoration, like the process of trying to restore some jewelry that was previously owned by the paladin's like protection detail, because he used to be a paladin for a princess or something like that. And he joined with the Warriors of Light as like on the behest of the princess and himself. And then there was like a situation where the Sultan or the Vizier that was being advisor and shit was actually the villain within the kingdom and killed the princess, and it was like really tragic, and the cycle of like revenge and just yeah.
The Cardinal storylines are all really good, by the way.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. I was looking.
I'm not biased towards the healer one.
Oh, I wonder. I was looking forward to a welcome respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. I'ma be real. I would not feel sad if he got the Echo. Like, if he became a Warrior of Light, I feel like that would be like, it would be poetic, considering like if each of the people who were chasing after a cardinal virtue were also became a Warrior of Light. I reckon that would fit narratively so well, and if it was only those 5 on the first, it would be a really interesting makeup. I'd wager you know more about what's going on than anyone else in the city. Care to share? I can't say that I envy you, your prey. Dark work, this twisting of the Warrior of Light's legacy, reminds me of what became of old Dekaisuni, though this Asian of yours is a far bit more chatty.
Hey, Grant.
I'm tempted to silence him myself. Brandon made his mistakes, I'm sure they all did, but the past is the past. They've earned their rest. What's up?
Will you be staying post-stream?
Chat-wise, maybe for a little bit, but probably not for the gang, because I want to try and do some other things before I forget, because tomorrow I've got a lunch with my dad.
No, I was just checking.
No, fair enough. Well, we can talk more once the stream is over, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not out to let him sully Ardbert's good name. What? You want me to leave it to you? It would have been cool if we could have, like, a join-up thing. But I guess not. Right. I'm not the only one carrying all that weight. Very well, but only because you asked. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there. Will do, fellow sinner. His armor is pretty cool, honestly. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower Umbilicus. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
Meanwhile, in our universe.
Okay. So how are they testing this? Because it's not like they're just grabbing bodies and throwing them in there.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
It's growing.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Xenos, what are you doing in a fucking Asian memory thing? How did you get here? Weird. Oh, he was dreaming, was he?
The dream again.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the source... They just had to remind us that this is the source. Thank Christ, though. I would have been so confused why the fuck he wasn't in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I'm actually gonna be heading out now.
Not to worry. Thank you for joining in, Cap. I really appreciate it.
I've always dreamed
Yes.
of fire falling from the heavens.
I'll catch you guys next time.
And the city, nay,
Catch you another time.
the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Well, that's gonna get his attention, I'm sure. Also, why the fuck does this white-robed dude give me the same vibes as the bitchy, Yosu's brother? Like, something about him gave me the same vibe as, Yotsuyu's, brother from Stormblood. The manager of the suite is looking a little anxious. Alright, cool. Alright, that is going to be it for me for today, because something's up with my neck, right, frankly, and I don't know what it is, and I want to try and, like, stretch it out and what have you, get away from the computer. And there's other tasks I want to try and do before my, like, lunch or dinner with Dad tomorrow. And plus, if you guys haven't noticed, I'm a little bit big right now. It's fucking ridiculous. Look at me. Like...
You might need to fix that camera sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I will. I think I will go with your advice about making it so that it's a, like... But here's the thing, it's like this, granted, this is me at, like, 6 meters, which is, like, relatively high, and I reckon if I were to... Give me a second. Let me just get to Vignan. Because right now I've got a, So, node graph. Alright, so...
Arya Soul Song paid me to say...
So is it actually making your model larger, or is it just zooming the camera in?
You know.
It's making it larger. So
you almost need to do, like, a slight camera zoom out at the same time.
Yeah, so I might need to... So I've made camera track medium, camera track far. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a second series of camera tracking stuff. And so, rather than making it only, like, a distance of 5, I'm going to see what it's like at a distance of 15. Ding and dong. So if I go... Boop, yeah, like this far. So... yeah, so this is what I am at this height. Cookie for Arya's song! But yeah, I'm, like, crazy tall right now. And with the camera, like, if I don't have, like, the far camera tracking, then what ends up happening is camera 2 is just presenting my knees. Now, I am going to be real with you. I might be doing the calculations wrong.
I mean, this is kind of a first experiment, right? So
very much
things are bound to go wonky.
So, because the way it works is the macro scale is... So basically, the value of the Zeebs, which is, like, at this case, 1, is increased to... is multiplied by 1.1. And then the scale becomes, you know, X, Y, and Z going to, like, 1.1. So it goes, like, 1.21, 1.321, yada, 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 yada. So I'm wondering if... Because I was, like, doing the quick math, like, myself, and I was like, I was fairly sure that even if I do, like, the size of my Zeebs times by 1.1 to the power of X, which X in this case is the number of times it's happened, I was fairly certain that was the same sort of math. So...
I wouldn't know a damn thing with the math stuff. As soon as someone says math, my brain goes,
yeah, so... But yeah, for all it should macro scale. So macro scale is 1 times by 1.1. So yeah, that happens on the first iteration. Scaling the X, Y, and Z to 1.1. Yeah, it should. Actually, hang on a sec. I can check macro scale right now and see. So, because macro scale is...
I don't know if it has any relevance, but I know when Volk is doing his streams, he's mentioned a couple of times about, I know what the word is, give me a minute.
Is it like the rule of cubed or something?
No, it's like, detrimental feedback. What's the word called?
Criticism?
No. When it's, the higher the number they get, the smaller the increase.
Ah, okay, so...
So
first iteration is 1.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, no, the math is still correct. So, because the macro scale has gone off, like, 12 times right now, the scale is, I am currently 3.1 times my height. That's...
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So, which times by 2.1 is 6.5 meters. So yeah. So it is scaling. I feel like it's scaling correctly.
Also, I love how we're talking to your kneecaps as well.
Yes, because just to provide a you know, what's-a-mahoozy, just to provide an estimation of like how it is. So yeah, so the macro scale is at 3.1 times like, I knew going to large sizes was going to create a thingamadiggy. So, but it's just one of those fun little things of like, oh, I'm having a moment of like, wait, is this even the correct type? But I'm pretty sure it is, so.
It's gonna bug me until I figure out what this word is that I'm thinking of.
Negative feedback loop?
No, it's along the same lines as that, but that's not the word I'm looking for.
Alrighty then. Okay. Alright, you know who we're gonna raid into? We are going to raid into... I've only seen this person recently, but how long have they been streaming for? It's hard... Okay, they've been streaming for the last 3 hours, so I'm not too sure if they're going to be at it for a long time, but hopefully they will keep going. But it's a fat rat, and I just want to give them a fun little raid. It'd help boost their numbers and what have you. And I reckon they'll like the macro stuff. Alright, so hang on, how far did I go? So, alright.
Go suck a lemon.
Raid.
Diminishing returns.
Diminishing returns. Oh, okay.
That was the word I was looking for.
Is... Cookie for... I can't present you the cookie, I'm sorry. Alrighty, you are welcome to have whatever raid message you want, or raid emotes you want for our raid message, which is raid. Zebra is 6.968 meters tall and busting down your stream. I hope you... Who's the fat pack rat? It is a rat. And they're playing Borderlands 2, so it looks like they're just starting with it as well. But yeah, I will probably fiddle around with more of my camera stuff, and I will try and get something together for, you know, a little more inclusion with the macro stuff, because I did mention I wanted to try and make it a bits thing. I think I had it at like 500 bits in this stream, but I might adjust the numbers to something lower or higher, who knows. But otherwise, I want to say thank you, Sash, for joining on the stream and helping me out. And thank you, chat, for everyone who was here. And hopefully I'll see you all Monday or whenever. Bye! Alright, so it's just doing its thing. Ding.